Hare Krishna. So today we will be studying a Vaiṣṇava song which is called Bāla Mukundāṣṭakam, authored by Sri Bilvamaṅgala Ṭhākura, who is a great Vaishnava Acharya, who wrote the famous Krishna Karanamrita, very ardently, which was very ardently listened to by none other than Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. So this is a very beautiful song glorifying the baby form of Krishna. And since we just had Janmashtami last week, so we will just do this song. So I thought of just sharing the song, and there's a lot of leelas that are attached to the song, and it is nicely compiled by Bilvamaṅgala Ṭhākura. So after singing this song, so first we will sing the song, and then we will explain each of these verses. Okay. Karāravindena padāravindaṁ mukhāravinde viniveśayantam karāravindena padāravindaṁ mukhāravinde viniveśayantam karāravindena padāravindaṁ mukhāravinde viniveśayantam patrasya patrasya pute śayānaṁ bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami karāravindena padāravindaṁ mukhāravinde viniveśayantam patrasya patrasya pute śayānaṁ bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami samhritya lokan a-patra-madhye śayānaṁ ādy-anta-vihīna-rūpam samhritya lokan a-patra-madhye śayānaṁ ādy-anta-vihīna-rūpam sarveshwaram sarva-hitāvatāram bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami sarveshwaram sarva-hitāvatāram bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami indrīvarasyamalakōmalāṅgam indrādi-devārcita pāda-padmam santāna-kalpa-drumam bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami santāna-kalpa-drumam bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami lambita-hāra-yas śṛṅgāra-līlāṅkita lambita-hāra-yas śṛṅgāra-līlāṅkita indrādharam cāru-viśāla-netram bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami indrādharam निधाय कृपयोदधीनि बहिर्गताय व्रजनायिकायां शिक्ये निधाय कृपयोदधीनि बहिर्गताय व्रजनायिकायां भुक्त्वा यथेष्टं कपटेन सुप्तं बालं मुकुन्दं मनसा स्मरामि भुक्त्वा यथेष्टं कपटेन सुप्तं बालं मुकुन्दं मनसा स्मरामि कालिन्द-jānta-स्थितकालियस्य अनाग्र-रङ्गे नटनाप्रियन्तं tat-puccha-hastam śarad-indu-vaktram bālaṁ mukundaṁ मनसा स्मरामि कालिन्द-jānta-स्थितकालियस्य अनाग्र-रङ्गे नटनाप्रियन्तं tat-puccha-hastam śarad-indu-vaktram bālaṁ mukundaṁ मनसा स्मरामि bālaṁ mukundaṁ मनसा स्मरामि ulūkhale-baddham udāra-śauryam उत्तुङ्गयुग्मार्जुनभङ्गलीलाम् ulūkhale-baddham udāra-śauryam उत्तुङ्गयुग्मार्जुनभङ्गलीलाम् उत्कुल्ल-पद्मायत-चारुनेत्रम् बालं मुकुन्दं मनसा स्मरामि उत्कुल्ल-पद्मायत-चारुनेत्रं बालं मुकुन्दं मनसा स्मरामि आलोक्यमातुर्मुखमादरेण स्तन्यं पिबन्तं सरसीरुहाक्षम् आलोक्यमातुर्मुखमादरेण स्तन्यं पिबन्तं सरसीरुहाक्षम् सच्चिन्मयं देवमनन्तरूपं बालं मुकुन्दं मनसा स्मरामि सच्चिन्मयं देवमनन्तरूपं बालं मुकुन्दं मनसा स्मरामि बालं मुकुन्दं मनसा स्मरामि बालं मुकुन्दं मनसा स्मरामि हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे बालं मुकुन्दं Hare Krishna. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupah Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dīnabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So the song is Bāla Mukundāṣṭakam. Karāravindena padāravindam mukhāravinde viniveśayantam vatasya patrasya puteshayanam bālaṁ mukundam manasasmarami. So we'll read the translation. I meditate on that infant Mukunda, Krishna, who is sleeping on the leaf of a banyan tree, with his lotus-like foot placed in his lotus-like mouth, with his lotus-like hand. It's a very beautiful way of saying karāravindena. Karāravindena means, kara means hands, aravindena means like lotus. By the lotus hands, karāravindena, padāravindaṁ, the lotus foot, mukhāravinde, inside the lotus mouth, viniveśayantam, he put. So this is the Krishna on the banyan leaf. See, this is the one. So this is a very famous picture that we have seen many times. But the story behind this is very wonderful. And actually, I want to go through the whole story of this. Vatapatra-shahi. Vatapatra-shahi means the one who lies down on the banyan leaf. Now, who would lie down on a banyan leaf, and why would somebody do so? And where is this? Where did this happen? So, I think some of you already know this Leela, but it is good to recount all this Leela. And in this Leela, In fact, the next verse is also about the same thing. So we'll read that also and go here. The principal character is Markandeya Rishi. So the next verse is संहृत्य लोकान् वटपात्र-madhye शयानमाद्यन्तविहीनरूपम् सर्वेश्वरं सर्वहितावतारं बालं मुकुन्दं मनसा स्मरामि. Now, in this song, there are a few spelling mistakes in this kksongs.org version of it. So that's why you will see my pronunciation a little bit differing from the lyrics mentioned here in maybe two or three instances. So that is the reason. So like hritya, R, below R there is supposed to be a dot and there is no U after that. Samhritya lokan, vatapatra-madhye. And also all the words are like together. But in the YouTube description, in this YouTube description of this video, I separated everything and put it like that, so it is easy to read. And shayanam ādy-anta-vihīna-rūpam. But here is shayanam ādy-anta, so it doesn't even fit into the tune if it is like this. So I saw this other web page where the Sanskrit is also given. So from there I put it here. But sometimes here also there was mistake. So I just added, mix and match both of them and gave you the right one in the description of this YouTube video. Now, second, samhritya lokan vatapatra-madhye shayanam ādy-anta-vihīna-rūpam sarveshwaram sarva-hitāvatāram bālaṁ mukundam manasa smarami. So what is that? I meditate on that infant Mukunda who is sleeping, holding all the worlds together on the leaf of a banyan tree in such form which has no beginning or no end. He is the incarnation of God for the welfare of all mankind and the Lord of all. So, what is this banyan tree? What is he holding all the worlds here? So, this is the pastime of the Lord. Now, we will go there in the 12th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 8, 9, and 10. In fact, I just don't want to read only the Leela itself, the entire description of Markandeya Rishi and his glories, because the Lord only appears because of his devotees, right? So, it is prudent that we also learn about what made the Lord appear in that way. So, Markandeya Rishi is a great devotee, and because of him the Lord appeared. So, it is only proper for us to honor Markandeya Rishi and along with him the Vatapatra Krishna. So before we go there, there's one thing that the Lord is so, we have here surfers. In the Western countries, people like to surf the waves. They have this surfboard, and then they go with it into the water, and then kind of they stand on it and do all the tricks and all that. Now the Lord, where does that come from? Where does that surfing mentality or that idea comes from? It comes from the Lord. The Lord is the greatest surfer. He was surfing the waters of devastation, the waters of universal destruction on a banyan leaf. That was his surfboard. And he was just, very peacefully, as a small kid, a small baby, he was putting his foot toe into his mouth. Not even bothered. Like child's play for him. This is the Lord. So he is the greatest of all surfers. In fact, Prabhupada, once he saw these surfers, he was walking on the beach and what is this? The devotee said, this is called surfing. They are surfers, they surf the waters. Prabhupada said, sufferers. So Not by mistake. I mean, he actually meant that sufferers. Because I mean, if they want to surf the waters, they will become fish next life. Then they can surf the water whole life. So, but fish life is very full of suffering. So, surfers become sufferers. But Krishna, he is enjoying. Yeah. So let's go into that whole history of this Leela and the glories of Markandeya Rishi. So because otherwise the song explanation all will become very quickly finished in like say 40 minutes. So of course our lectures should be long, right? That's the standard we have set. So we'll just go into the we have to find a reason to make the lectures long. And in this whole description, there are nice verses also which are very good to even memorize them. Yeah, because I mean, Markandeya Rishi's story, maybe some of you know, maybe some of you do not know, but because it is in the 12th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, and many devotees have not read the Srimad Bhagavatam, what to speak of coming to the 12th canto, they have maybe even not even started the first canto. So that's why I thought, why not actually go into the history of this Leela of the Lord and how it came to be, because it is pivotal to understand Markandeya Rishi in order to understand this Leela, why this was even shown, why this Leela even happened. So 12.8.1, 12.8, I mean, Canto 12, Chapter 8 to Canto 12, Chapter 10. Three chapters is this whole thing. Before that Leela and after that, whatever happened with Markandeya Rishi, we're going to read that now. Sri Shaunako Vacha. सूतजीवचिरं साधो वदनो वदतां वर तमस्य पारे भ्रमतां नृणां त्वं पारदर्शिनः. Shaunaka said, O Suta, may you live a long life, O saintly one, best of speakers. Please continue speaking to us. Indeed, only you can show men the path out of the ignorance in which they are wandering. So, according to Srila Jiva Goswami, the sages saw that Suta Goswami was about to end his narration of Srimad Bhagavatam, and thus they urged him to first tell the story of Markandeya Rishi. See, this is the 12.8. 12.13 is the last chapter of Bhagavatam. So, because of this question, one extra part of it, which is the whole Markandeya Leela spanned across three chapters, were narrated. So then next, authorities say that Markandeya Rishi, the son of Mrikandu, was an exceptionally long-lived sage who was the only survivor at the end of Brahma's day, when the entire universe was merged in the flood of annihilation. But this same Markandeya Rishi, the foremost descendant of Bhrigu, took birth in my own family during the current day of Brahma. One second. And we have not yet seen any total annihilation in this day of Brahma. Also, it is well known that Markandeya, while wandering helplessly in the great ocean of annihilation, saw in those fearful waters a wonderful personality, an infant boy lying alone within the fold of a banyan leaf. O Suta, I am most bewildered and curious about this great sage, Markandeya Rishi. O great yogi, you are universally accepted as the authority on all the Puranas. Therefore, kindly dispel my confusion. Now, the great sages, they don't come, Shaunaka Rishi and Suta Goswami, they don't come and speak some Marvel comic stories. Leaf man, not some leaf boy, a-patra-madhye, Krishna. So it's not some fictitious imaginary stories. These are actual facts, narrations of the past. So we have to take these narrations as factual. These are not some fairy tales and some fables, folklore. No, it's not like that. It is entirely fact. Yeah, it is good to remember that the life, I mean, the day of Brahma and night of Brahma, how long they are. Lord Brahma's day, consisting of his 12 hours, lasts 4,320,000,000 years, and his night is of the same duration, 4.32 billion years. It's not any short time period at all. Apparently, Markandeya lived throughout one such day and night, and in the following day of Brahma continued living as the same Markandeya. So there is, and this is a good verse that is good to learn. सूत उवाच प्रश्नस्त्वया महर्षेयं कृतो लोकभ्रमापहः नारायणकथा यत्र गीता कलिमलापः. Suta Goswami said, 1286, you see, O great sage Shaunaka, your very question will help remove everyone's illusion, for it leads to the topics of Lord Narayana, which cleanse away the contamination of this Kali age, or the age of Kali, Kali Yuga. नारायण कथा यत्र नारायण कथा यत्र गीता कलिमलापः. प्रश्नस्त्वया महर्षेयं कृतो लोकभ्रमापहः. So this kind of questioning regarding Krishna is, removes the Brahma delusion or illusion of the world, and it purifies everyone. Then Varshanam ayutayutam aradhayan hrishikesham jigye mrityum sudurjayam. This is a beautiful set of verses. You know, Prapta dvijati samskaro markandeyah pituh kramat chandamsyadhitya dharmena tapah swadhyaya samyutah brihadvratadharah shanto jatilo valkalambarah bibhrat kamandalum dandam upavitam samekhalam krishnajinam साक्ष्यसूत्रं कुशांश्च नियमर्धये अग्न्यर्कगुरुविप्रात्मस्वर्चयन् सन्ध्ययोर्हरिं सायं प्रातः स गुरवे भैक्ष्यम् आहृत्य वाग्यतः बभु बुभुजे गुर्व बुभुजे गुर्वनुज्ञातः सकृन्नो चेदुपोषितः एवं तपः स्वाध्यायपरो वर्षाणाम् अयुतायुतम् आराधयन् हृषीकेशं जिज्ञे मृत्युं सुदुर्जयम्. This is how seriously Markandeya Rishi practiced spiritual life, and it just gives a glimpse of how long and how seriously we have to do this. How serious we have to be in Krishna consciousness. You see, after being purified by his father's performance of the prescribed rituals leading to Markandeya's Brahmanical initiation, Markandeya studied the Vedic hymns and strictly observed the regulative principles. He became advanced in austerity and Vedic knowledge and remained a lifelong celibate, Naishthika Brahmachari, Brihadvrata. Appearing most peaceful with his matted hair and his clothing made of bark, he furthered his spiritual progress by carrying the mendicant's water pot, staff, sacred thread, brahmachari belt, black deerskin, lotus seed prayer beads, and bundles of kusha grass. At the sacred junctures, what happened? At the sacred junctures of the day, he regularly worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead in 5 forms: the sacrificial fire, the sun, his spiritual master, the Brahmanas, and the supersoul within his heart. Morning and evening, he would go out begging, and upon returning, he would present all the food he had collected to his spiritual master. Only when his spiritual master invited him would he silently take his one meal of the day. Otherwise, he would fast. Thus, devoted to austerity and Vedic study, Markandeya worshipped the supreme master of the senses, the personality of Godhead, for countless millions of years. And in this way, he conquered unconquerable death. Look at this. All that is good, right? I mean, oh yeah, it is austere, 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 austere. But then the time, countless. Varshanam ayutayutam. Ayuta means 10,000. Ayuta means 10,000 times 10,000, signifying millions of years. Countless millions of years he has done that as a brahmachari. You know, this is not some. Let's So just imagine the power of Markandeya Rishi, the immense power of Markandeya Rishi. You know, see here, sometimes, we become a little impatient. In Kali Yuga, we have such a short life, and then we think, I should have some results. I've been chanting for like 10 years, something should happen at least. Some mystic powers or some great visions or, some, all that, all that. Just imagine, huh? What is that verse? Tivrena. Yeah, 327:21. Okay. Shri Bhagavan Animitta Nimittena Swadharmena तीव्रया मयि भक्त्या च श्रुत संभृतया चिरम for a long time. Chiranjeevi means may you have a long life, may you live very long. So you see, Chiram, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one can get liberation by seriously discharging devotional service unto me and thereby hearing for a long time about me or from me. By thus executing one's prescribed duties, there will be no reaction and one will be freed from the contamination of matter. Long time. Seriously and long time. Cannot have short attention spans and be restless and you know behave like an idiot. ज्ञानेन दृष्टतत्त्वेन वैराग्येण बलीयसा तपोयुक्तेन योगेन तीव्रेण आत्मसमाधिना. This devotional service has to be performed strongly, in perfect knowledge and with transcendental vision. One must be strongly renounced and must engage in austerity and perform mystic yoga in order to be firmly fixed in self-absorption, samadhina. प्रकृतिः पुरुषस्येह दह्यमानात्वहर्निशं तिरो भवित्री शनकैर्अग्नेर्योनिरिवारणिः. The influence of material nature has covered the living entity, and thus it is as if the living entity were always in a blazing fire. But by the process of seriously discharging devotional service, this influence can be removed just as wooden sticks which cause a fire are themselves consumed by it. You see, three verses 3:27, 21, 22, and 23. Seriously discharging for a long time, these are mentioned. And what is this long time? You can see from Markandeya Rishi. Of course, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made it easy, but easy does not mean, you know, it's so easy that, oh, we just every day just chant some rounds and, finish off and go back to Godhead. No, just get it done with, Not like that. Huh? It is the seriousness with which we have to do, and for a long time means our entire life. Without distraction, we have to do. So, that's how, for millions of years, Markandeya Rishi did it. Brahma bhrigurubhavo daksho brahmaputrascha ye pare nrideva pitrabhutani tena sannati vismitaha. Lord Brahma, Bhrigumuni, Lord Shiva, Prajapati Daksha, the great sons of Brahma, and many others among the human beings, demigods, forefathers, and ghostly spirits, all were astonished by the achievement of Markandeya Rishi. It's not ordinary. Itham brihadvratadharas tapasvadhyaya samyamayeh dadhyavadhokshajam yogi dhvasta kleshantaratmana. In this way, the devotional mystic Markandeya maintained rigid celibacy through penance, study of the Vedas, and self-discipline. With his mind thus free of all disturbances, he turned it inward and meditated on the Supreme Personality of Godhead who lies beyond the material senses. तस्यैवं युञ्जतश्चित्तं महायोगेन योगिनः व्यतीयाय महान् कालो मन्वन्तरषडात्मकः. महान् कालो मन्वन्तरषडात्मकः. While the mystic sage thus concentrated his mind by powerful yoga practice, the tremendous period of 6 lifetimes of Manu passed by. I mean, he did this for millions of years. Brahmachari, like following all the rules. And then he sat down in concentration in yoga practice. As he was doing it, the tremendous period of 6 lifetimes of Manu passed by. Mahan Kalo Manvantara Shadatmaka. Look at the seriousness of Markandeya Rishi. एतत् पुरन्दरो ज्ञात्वा सप्तमेऽस्मिन् किलान्तरे तपो विशङ्कितो ब्रह्मन् आरेभे तद्विघातनम्. O Brahmana, during the seventh reign of Manu, the current age, Lord Indra came to know of Markandeya's austerities and became fearful of his growing mystic potency. Thus he tried to impede the sage's penance. This Indra got nothing better to do in life. He always disturbs all these sages. Nothing better. Always worrying about his position. And anybody who does something, he wants to cheatingly, cheat them and bring them down. How many times, countless times he did this. Markandeya Rishi also he tried. But as you will see later, he fails. Markandeya Rishi is no ordinary Rishi. Gandharvapsarasah kamam vasantamalyanilo munaye preshayamasa rajastokamadau tatha. To ruin the sage's spiritual practice, Lord Indra sent Cupid, beautiful celestial singers, dancing girls, a season of spring, and the sandalwood scented breeze from the Malaya hills, along with greed and intoxication personified. Te vai tadashramam jagmur himadrehe parshva uttare pushpa-bhadra nadi yatra chitrakhya cha shila vibho. O most powerful Shaunaka, they went to Markandeya's hermitage on the northern side of the Himalaya mountains, where the Pushpa-bhadra river passes by the famous peak Chitra. So now also Pushpa-bhadra river is there in the Uttarakhand, I think, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand state of India. Of course, the rivers, they shift course many times. So we do not know if it is the exact location now that Markandeya Rishi was meditating in. But the Pushpa-bhadra river is still there in India, in Uttarakhand. Actually, today only I verified in the maps, Google Maps. It will download these maps. So in the meantime, okay. तदाश्रमपदं पुण्यं पुण्यद्रुमलताञ्चितं पुण्यद्विजकुलाकीर्णं पुण्यामलजलाशयं मत्तभ्रमरसङ्गीतं मत्तकोकिलकूजितं मत्तबर्हिनटाटोपं मत्तद्विजकुलाकुलं वायुः प्रविष्ट आदाय हिमनिर्झरशीकरान् सुमनोभिः परिष्वक्तो ववावुत्तम्भयन् स्मरम्. Groves of pious trees decorated the holy ashram of Markandeya Rishi, and many saintly brahmanas lived there, enjoying the abundant, pure, sacred ponds. The ashram resounded with the buzzing of intoxicated bees and the cooing of excited cuckoos, while jubilant peacocks danced about. Indeed, many families of maddened birds crowded that hermitage. The springtime breeze sent by Lord Indra entered there, carrying cooling drops of spray from nearby waterfalls. Fragrant from the embrace of forest flowers, that breeze entered the hermitage and began evoking the lusty spirit of Cupid. Let's see the maps again. Let's search for Pushpa-bhadra river. You see, Himachal Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh. I think it also goes through Uttarakhand, probably. So here, this river, this line, you see here on the screen. So that is the river, Pushpa-bhadra river, and we'll just zoom out a bit. That whole thing is the Pushpabhadra river. And all these mountain ranges, you see all these mountains. And we go all the way out, and there you are. Ludhiana, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Dehradun, Uttarakhand is here, and then Pushpabhadra river is there in the Himalayan region. But I do not know if Markandeya Rishi, because rivers shift courses, every few hundred years, it slowly shift courses. And if you see the historical maps, you will see even Ganga shifted course many times. So, but here it is, Pushpabhadra river. उद्यच्चन्द्रनिशावक्त्रः प्रवालस्तबकालिभिः गोपद्रुमलताजालैस्तत्रासीत् कुसुमाकरः. Springtime then appeared in Markandeya's ashram. Indeed, the evening sky, glowing with the light of the rising moon, became the face of spring, very face of spring, and sprouts and fresh blossoms virtually covered the multitude of trees and creepers. So basically, Indra, he sent Cupid and Apsaras and Gandharvas to incite or induce the lust of Markandeya Rishi. If the place is very beautiful and riverside, and it's all chirping of the birds and bees and nice flowers and fragrance, all this creates a very romantic mood, and it may um, incite lust within one's mind. So that's what Indra wanted to do. अन्वीयमानो गन्धर्वैर्गीतवादित्रयूथकैः अदृश्य अदृश्यतात्तच्चापेषु स्वः स्त्रीयूथपतिः स्मरः. Cupid, the master of many heavenly women, then came there holding his bow and arrows. He was followed by groups of Gandharvas playing musical instruments and singing. हुत्वाग्निं समुपासीनं ददृशुः शक्रकिङ्कराः मीलिताक्षं दुराधर्षं मूर्तिमन्तम् इवानलम्. These servants of Indra found the sage sitting in meditation, having just offered his prescribed oblations into the sacred fire. His eyes closed in trance, he seemed invincible, like fire personified. So he was not going to fall for this display of lust, or this incitement of lust. Markandeya Rishi was unmoved. He was completely in trance and like fire. He looked so powerful. He looked invincible. That is Markandeya Rishi. ननृतुस्तस्य पुरतः स्त्रियोऽथो गायका जगुः मृदङ्गवीणा पणवैर्वाद्यं चक्रुर्मनोरमम्. The women danced before the sage, and the celestial singers sang to the charming accompaniment of drums, cymbals, and veenas. Sandadhestram स्वधनुषि कामं पंचमुखं तदा मधुर्मनोरजस्तोक इंद्रभृत्या व्यकम्पयन्. You see, kamam panchamukham. Kamaha panchamukham. Panchamukham means having 5 heads: sight, sound, smell, touch, and taste. This Cupid, comes in any of these, any of our 5 senses can be uh, attracted by sense gratification, and that is explained in the Bhagavad Gita 267. इंद्रियाणां हि चरतां यन्मनो नुविधीयते तदस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावमिवाम्भसि. You see, as a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away man's intelligence. And in the 11th canto, 8th chapter, we can see how uh, so many animals, they fall for Cupid's or sense gratificatory invitations from one of their 5 senses, which are more stronger than others. But in human form of life, all 5 of the senses are very strong. That means each of them can pull us away from self-realization and sweep us away into Maya. While the son of passion, greed personified, Spring and the other servants of Indra all tried to agitate Markandeya's mind, Cupid drew his five-headed arrow and fixed it upon his bow. क्रीडन्त्याः पुञ्जिकास्थल्याः कन्दुकैः स्तनगौरवात् भृशम् उद्विग्नमध्यायाः केशविस्रंसितस्रजः इतस्ततो भ्रमदृष्टेश्चलन्त्या अनुकन्दुकम् वायुर्जहार तद्वासः सूक्ष्मं त्रुटितमेखलम्. So the Apsara Punjikasthali made a show of playing with a number of toy balls. Her waist seemed weighed down by her heavy breasts, and the wreath of flowers in her hair became dishevelled. As she ran about after the balls, glancing here and there, the belt of her thin garment loosened, and suddenly the wind blew her clothes away. And she was basically naked there in front of the stage. You know, I mean, imagine somebody is, doing tapasya and then just coming in front of him and agitating him, and basically naked. Now we can imagine the amount of distraction that is there in the heavenly planets. All women are apsaras, all, I mean, beautiful women, and all these Gandharvas are there singing, and all beautiful gardens, Nandana Kanana gardens. How? That's why the demigods, I mean, just one apsara from there came down, and this is how she behaved. Just imagine, you try doing tapasya in the heavenly planets. Huh? 5:19:22. किं दुष्करैर्नः क्रतुभिस्तपोव्रत किं दुष्करैर्नः क्रतुभिस्तपोव्रतैर्दानादिभिर्वाद्युजयेन फल्गुना न यत्र नारायणपादपङ्कज स्मृतिः प्रमुष्टातिशयेन्द्रियोत्सवात् अतिशय indriya utsavat. This is the festival for the senses. This is what the Kama, Cupid, he shot the arrow of lust, which has five heads, trying to attract all five senses. A woman, she will satisfy all the five senses of the body. The eyes, beautiful form. The ears, sweet voice, and if she can sing, even more. Sweet voice means sweet words, romantic words, sweet words. And then if her voice is good, and if she's a good singer, even more so. So eyes, ears, nose by her fragrance, then taste by kissing, and also by cooking nice foodstuffs for the husband or man. So satisfy the tongue and satisfy the touch by embrace and sexual intercourse. So in this way, not only the five jnanendriya, but five karmendriya also are engaged. The speech, the man, when he's so attracted to the woman, he will glorify the woman and he wants to speak with the woman and everything. So his power of speech, his hands, he will work hard to maintain such a woman, and he will want to embrace the woman with his hands. And legs, of course, sexual intercourse, everything is used, but also he goes out to work, with his legs. What is that? Genitals, of course, and anus. Anus is maintenance of the body basically. So in this way, indriya utsavat, sex life is the ādi-rasa. All five senses, they culminate in the sexual intercourse. So atishaya pramushta, you see, smriti pramushta atishaya indriya utsavat. Look at the word to word meaning. Smriti, the remembrance, pramushta, lost, atishaya, excessive, indriya utsava. Utsava means festival. Indriya utsava, festival of the senses. Oh, and Telugu we say పండగ చేసుకుంటున్నాడు. That means he's having a festival. So that is what is happening here. Due to material sense gratification, excessive festivals. Yeah. What festival? Not the Lord's festival. Sense gratificatory festivals are going on in heavenly planets. So the demigods continue after performing the very difficult tasks of executing Vedic ritualistic sacrifices, undergoing austerities, observing vows, and giving charity. We have achieved this position as, as inhabitants of the heavenly planets. But what is the value of this achievement? Here we are certainly very engaged in material sense gratification, and therefore we can hardly remember the lotus feet of Lord Narayana. Indeed, because of our excessive sense gratification, we have almost forgotten his lotus feet. I mean, just one apsara came from there and disturbed, and then already it's very bewildering. What to speak? I mean, in heavenly planets, you do try to do some tapasya, disturbed and disturbed and disturbed. Where is the this way? And they get carried away by that. Markanda Rishi, that's why he was, nothing happened to him. Haridas Thakur, nothing happened. Great devotees. But others, even to the caliber of Vishwamitra Muni, who was not an ordinary person, he was the, guru for Lord Ramachandra. Not ordinary. We sometimes laugh at Vishwamitra. Some Menaka came and some footbells jingled and he became all this thing and he had a daughter with her Shakuntala and this and that. We sometimes maybe even laugh about Vishwamitra. But who are we compared to Vishwamitra? Huh? Of course, after that, Vishwamitra became a great Muni and great devotee. But even a person who has done thousands of years of tapasya, Vishwamitra Muni, he was bewildered. Not easy. Even Brahma, for that matter, Lord Shiva. So lust is very, very dangerous. But you see how fixed up Markanda Rishi was. Nothing could shake him. Absolutely nothing. All that, even Apsara from heavenly planets, couldn't shake him. He did not even flinch. Did not even flinch. He was absorbed in his trance. विससर्ज तदा बाणं मत्वा तं स्वजितं स्मरः सर्वं तत्राभवन्मोघम् अनीशस्य यथोद्यमः. The way it is described, it's very interesting. Cupid, thinking he had conquered the sage, then shot his arrow. But all these attempts to seduce Markandeya proved futile, just like the useless endeavors of an atheist. Atheists' endeavors are always useless. You may say, no, there are so many atheists who became successful in many things. How can you say that they are useless? Their endeavors are useless. Yeah, even if they become successful in material things, ultimately it's useless, right? Ultimately it's useless. At the time of death, everything will be taken away and it's useless. So, ta itham apakurvanto munestаттejasa mune dahyamana nivavrituh prabodhyahim ivarbhakaah. O learned Shaunika, while Cupid and his followers tried to harm the sage, they felt themselves being burned alive by his potency. Thus they stopped their mischief, just like children who have aroused a sleeping snake. इतीन्द्रानुचरैर्ब्रह्मन् धर्षितोऽपि महामुनिः यन्नागादहमो भावं न तच्चित्रं महत्सुहि. O Brahmana, the followers of Lord Indra had impudently attacked the saintly Markandeya, yet he did not succumb to any influence of false ego. For great souls, such tolerance is not at all surprising. So he tolerated, he did not even curse. Indra, he did not even get attracted to those Apsara and that Apsara and all those, Cupid and all those attractions, nothing. He tolerated both Kama and Krodha. This is Markandeya Rishi. He did not even curse. दृष्ट्वा निस्तेजसं कामं सगणं भगवान् स्वराट् श्रुत्वानुभावं ब्रह्मर्षेर्विस्मयं समगात् परम्. The mighty king Indra was most astonished when he heard of the mystic prowess of the exalted sage Markandeya and saw how Cupid and his associates had become powerless in his presence. तस्यैवं युञ्जतश्चित्तं तपः स्वाध्याय संयमैः अनुग्रहाया वीरासीन् नरनारायणो हरिः. Desiring to bestow his mercy upon the saintly Markandeya, who had perfectly fixed his mind in self-realization through penance, Vedic study, and observance of regulatory principles, the Supreme Personality of Godhead personally appeared before the sage in the forms of Narayan. Now, to be this strong with lust, one has to be so strong in his devotional practice. Only then this is possible. This is explained. What is that verse? 4:22-39. यत्पाजपङ्कजपलाशविलासभक्त्या कर्माशयं ग्रथितमुद्ग्रथयन्ति सन्तः तद्वन्नरिक्तमतयो यतयोऽपि रुद्ध स्रोतो गणास्तमरणं भज वासुदेवम्. The devotees who are always engaged in the service of the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord can very easily overcome hard-knotted desires for fruitive activities. Because this is very difficult, the non-devotees, the jnanis and yogis, although trying to stop the waves of sense gratification, cannot do so. Therefore, you are advised to engage in the devotional service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. Now you may ask, see, devotees are also falling down. It's not that devotees are not falling down. Then why so? The thing is, how strongly are they engaged in devotional service? That is what we have to see. How strongly are we engaged in devotional service? Are we uninterruptedly engaged in devotional service? That's where the problem is. If there is one gap, Maya will enter. That's why it is said. What is that? Sahanistan mahachidram samoha sacha vibhramaha yan muhurtam kshanam vapi vasudevam na chintaye. The greatest loss, the greatest anomaly, the greatest you know uh, illusion is that forgetfulness of Narayana, even for a moment. Even for a moment, if we forget Krishna, that is a great loss. But our thing is, our current position is, we hardly remember Krishna at all. How far we are. That is, I am. Very, 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 very far. But he was so strong, Markandeya Rishi. There was no gap. Sandrananda Visheshatma. Sandrananda means intense density of ecstasy in Krishna consciousness. So much so that there's no way Maya can even enter that dense happiness that he's already feeling. See, this is only possible by higher taste. Higher taste. Vishaya vinivartante niraharasya dehinaha rasavarjam rasopyasya parandrishtva nivartate. Therefore, you are advised to engage in the devotional service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. So much, he was so strong that Narayan appeared before him. तौ शुक्लकृष्णौ नवकञ्जलोचनौ चतुर्भुजौ रौरववल्कलाम्बरौ पवित्रपाणि उपवीतकं त्रिवृत् कमण्डलुं दण्डुमृजुं च वैणवम् पद्माक्षमालामुतजन्तुमार्जनं वेदं च साक्षात् तप एव रूपिणौ तपत्तडिद्वर्णपिशङ्गरोचिषा प्रांशुदधानौ विबुधर्षभार्चितौ. So this ending with au, so many words, is dual compound. I mean, it's referring to a dual, Nara and Narayan. So singular, dual, and plural. Three things are there. In English, just singular and plural. But in Sanskrit and Indian languages, especially Sanskrit, ekvachan, dvivachan, bahuvachan. Means singular, dual, plural. So this au is all of au suffix is as of two. Tau, you see tau, the two of them. Shukla Krishna, one white and the other black. So in this way. One of them was of a whitish complexion, the other blackish, and they both had four arms. Their eyes resembled the petals of blooming lotuses, and they wore garments of black deerskin and bark, along with the three-stranded sacred thread. In their hands, which were most purifying, they carried the mendicant's water pot, straight bamboo staff, and lotus seed prayer beads, as well as all purifying Vedas in the symbolic form of bundles of darbha grass. Their bearing was tall, and their yellow effulgence the color of radiant lightning. Appearing as austerity personified, they were being worshipped by the foremost demigods. See, ते वै भगवतो रूपे नरनारायणावृषे दृष्टोत्थायादरेणोच्चैर्ननामाङ्गेन दण्डवत्. You see, angena, nanama, angena dandavat. Is dandavat pranam. These two sages, Nara and Narayana, were the direct personal forms of the Supreme Lord. When Markanda Rishi saw them, he immediately stood up and then, with great respect, offered them obeisances by falling down flat on the ground like a stick. What is this Dandavat Pranam? We should remember again what is Dandavat Pranam. What is that? Dandavat. Okay, let's see. Oh, 1167. Dandavat is described as follows. दोर्भ्यां पदाभ्यां जानुभ्याम उरसा शिरसा दृशा मनसा वचसा चेति प्रणामोष्टांग ईरितः. Ashtanga pranam or Sashtanga pranam. Ashta means eight. The eight parts of Dandavat. What is the eight parts? Dorbhyam, Padabhyam, Janubhyam, Urasa, Shirasa, Drisha, Manasa, Vachasa. Eight. The obeisances offered with eight limbs are made with two arms, two legs, two knees, the chest. Sorry, I think arms is one. Okay, two arms is one. Okay, two arms, two legs, two knees, the chest, the head, the eyes, the mind, and the power of speech. Eight. It's not that the eight are all physical parts of the body. You see, the mind, the power of speech are, you know, not even physical parts of the body. That means when we are offering Dandavat Pranam, we have to say the Pranati mantra because Vachasa, Manasa, with mind also. Not that my body is bowing down, but my mind is somewhere else. That is not mind also, Vachasa also. Um, but of course, women, they are not supposed to do this. They're not supposed to straight. There is another verse. What is that? Um, Forgot. Just like that. Let me see. Really? So, uh, how did I forget that? Shalagramam cha pustakam dharanina sahate kamini kuchamardanam. The first two lines I forgot. Um, Kamini Kuchamardanam. Panchanga Pranam. Yes, Panchanga Pranam is for women. But that Panchanga, why the three? Is because, so anyway, Kamini Kuchamardanam. That is the Dharanina Sahate. The last line is actually important from that verse. Dharanina Sahate Kamini Kuchamardanam. So the earth cannot, will not tolerate five things. One of them is this Kamini Kuchamardanam. Kamini means woman. Kuchamardanam, Kucha means breasts, and Mardanam means the pressing of the breasts on the ground. She she does not tolerate that. So it is wrong. So that's why. So chest and shoulders, arms, yeah, knees, yes, head, eyes, mind, power of speech. So I don't know. I think the I don't know, two knees, chest. I don't know which. So five basically. Uh, so this is Dandavat. Okay. So let's go back. Satat sandarshanananda निर्वृतात्मेन्द्रियाशयः हृष्टरोमाश्रुपूर्णाक्षो न सेहे तावुदीक्षितुम्. The ecstasy of seeing them completely satisfied Markandeya's body, mind, and senses, and caused the hairs on his body to stand on end and his eyes to fill with tears. Overwhelmed, Markandeya found it difficult to look at them. Now you see the stark difference, the stark contrast. When the Apsaras were sent and all that distraction was going on, he was steady and did not even flinch, and he was so powerful that he was invincible, right? And here, his heart melted, his body, mind, and senses, was satisfied, and the hairs on his body stood on end, and his eyes were filled with tears. So overwhelmed he was emotionally. I mean, it means how much the Lord is more attractive than this mundane sex life. That's why Yamunacharya says, "Yadavadhi mama chetah Krishna pāda-ravinde nava nava rasadhaman yudyatam rantumasit tadavadhi vatanare sangame smaryamane bhavati mukha vikarah sushtu nishthevanam cha." Is it this one? Yeah. Since my mind has been engaged in the service of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, and I have been enjoying an ever new transcendental humor, whenever I think of sex life with a woman, my face at once turns from it and I spit at the thought. Where this is the highest ādi-rasa in the material world, for the devotee who is so engaged in Krishna consciousness, he is so happy that sex life is like garbage for him. So this is the example, Another verse I'll show you. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, text 70. आपूर्यमाणम् अचलप्रतिष्ठम् समुद्रमापः प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायम् प्रविशन्ति सर्वे स शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी. This is the perfect example or description of Markandeya Rishi. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires. So the ocean is so satisfied, so deep with water, so full with water, that the millions of liters and gallons of water that are coming into the ocean from all sides, from so many rivers, doesn't increase the height of the ocean or the sea level. It is always still, it is never like overwhelmed by the supply of water from the rivers. Never. Because he's already has so much water that these all this water put together is nothing for that ocean. So this is the, you know, this is the um, situation of Markandeya Rishi exactly. But even then, even though he was as deep as the ocean, he was agitated, and this is actually explained um, regarding Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You know, let me try to find out. Mm, I find there is a madness of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Uh, it is mentioned that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he is as grave as the ocean. But when the moon of Krishna rises in his heart, he becomes agitated just like the ocean becomes agitated by the moon. It's a very nice description of Chaitanya. So that is ecstasy. It is the great grave ocean is agitated by the moon. Um, I actually am still mesmerized by how the moon can influence the waters of the ocean. They say by gravity, but gravity is there all the time. But I don't know why the water of the ocean, if it can pull, how powerful the moon must be, right? Um, and they say moon has no gravity, not much gravity, but if the moon can pull the waters of the ocean, so far away, what is even happening? How is it even being done? So it's interesting to know. I want to know actually. I don't know. I don't know. Um, no. So anyway, uh, okay, I won't go into this now. So if anybody can find, please share. Otherwise, we'll go see how well Markandeya found it difficult to look at them. So उत्थाय प्राञ्जलिः प्रह्व औत्सुक्याद् आश्लिषन्निव नमो नम इतीशानौ बभाषे गद्गदाक्षरम्. Standing with his hands folded, not standing with his hands, standing with his hands folded in supplication and his head bowed in humility, Markandeya felt such eagerness that he imagined he was embracing the two lords. In a voice choked with ecstasy, he repeatedly said, I offer you my humble obeisances. I offer you my humble obeisances. Namo namo iti ishanao. Namo nama, namo nama, namo nama. He was saying like that. So this is what happens when you pause at the wrong part of the sentence. Look like standing with his hands. That 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 looks more like a circus. So, तयोरासनमादाय पादयोर् अवनिज्य च अर्हणेनानुलु अर्हणेनानुलेपेन अर्हणेनानुलेपेन धूपमाल्यैरपूजयत्. He gave them sitting places and washed their feet, and then he worshipped them with presentations of arghya, sandalwood pulp, fragrant oils, incense, and flower garlands. सुखमासनमासीनो प्रसादाभिमुखौ मुनि पुनरानम्य पादाभ्यां गरिष्ठाविदमब्रवीत्. Markandeya Rishi once again bowed down at the lotus feet of those two most worshipable sages who were sitting at ease, ready to bestow all mercy upon him. He then addressed them as follows. That was a typo there. He then addressed them as follows. Shri Markandeya Uvacha. किं वर्णये तव विभो यदुदीरितोऽसुः संस्पन्दते तमनुवान् मन इन्द्रियाणि स्पन्दन्ति वै तनुभृतामजशर्वयोश्च स्वस्याप्यथापि भजताम् असि भावबन्धुः. Sri Markandeya said, O Almighty Lord, how can I possibly describe you? You awaken the vital air, which then impels the mind, senses, and power of speech to act. This is true for all ordinary conditioned souls and even for great demigods like Brahma and Shiva. So it is certainly true for me. Nevertheless, you become the intimate friend of those who worship you. You are so great that just by, infusing the vital air, prana, you impel the mind and senses and the power of speech to act. You activate these things. So how can we even properly glorify you? And so you are so out of reach for us, but yet nevertheless you become intimate friend of those who worship you. मूर्ति इमे भगवतो भगवंस्त्रिलोक्याः क्षेमाय तापविरमाय च मृत्युजित्यै नानाबिभर्षवितुमन्यतनोर्यथेदम् सृष्ट्वा पुनर्ग्रससि सर्वमिवोर्णनाभिः. Urnanaabhi. Urna. Urnanabhi. Nabhi means navel. So the spider releases a secretion, I think, from his navel, isn't it? From his Urnanabhi. Spider. O Supreme Personality of Godhead, these two personal forms of yours have appeared to bestow the ultimate benefit for the three worlds, the cessation of material misery and the conquest of death. My Lord, although you create this universe and then assume many transcendental forms to protect it, you also swallow it up, just like a spider who spins and later withdraws its web. तस्यावितु स्थिरचरे शितुरङ्घ्रिमूलम् यत्स्थं न कर्मगुणकालरजः स्पृशन्ति यद्वै स्तुवन्ति निनमन्ति यजन्त्यभीक्ष्णम् ध्यायन्ति वेदहृदया मुनयस्तदाप्त्यै. Because you are the protector and the supreme controller of all moving and non-moving beings, anyone who takes shelter of your lotus feet can never be touched by the contamination of material work, material qualities, or time. So, those who take shelter of Krishna's lotus feet can never be touched by the contamination of material work, material qualities, or even time. Great sages who have assimilated the essential meaning of the Vedas offer their prayers unto you. To gain your association, they bow down to you at every opportunity and constantly worship you and meditate upon you. Ayur harati vaipumsam udyannastan chayannasau yakshanoni. What is that? Shanoni uttama shlokavartaya. What is that? Third line. 2-3-17. तस्यर्थे यत्क्षणो नीत tasyarte Kshanonita Uttama Shlokava. Both by rising and by setting, the sun decreases the duration of life of everyone except one who utilizes the time by discussing the topics of the all good personality of Godhead. So the time does not touch. In other words, it cannot destroy the devotional service of the devotee and he attains eternal life after this life. नान्यं तवाङ्घ्र्युपनयादपवर्गमूर्तेः क्षेमं जनस्य परितोभिय ईश विद्मः ब्रह्मा बिभेत्यलमतोद्विपरार्धधिष्ण्यः कालस्य ते किमुत तत्कृतभौतिकानाम्. My dear Lord, even Lord Brahma, who enjoys his exalted position for the entire duration of the universe, fears the passage of time. Then what to speak of those whom Brahma creates, the conditioned souls? They encounter fearful dangers at every step of their lives. I do not know of any relief from this fear except shelter at your lotus feet, which are the very form of liberation. What is that? Apavargamurte. His na anyam tava angri upanayad apavargamurte. Your lotus feet are the very form of liberation. And upanayad, approaching, attainment, you see, upanayad, than the attainment. Other than the attainment of your lotus feet, which is the form of liberation, there is no, relief from this fear. What is it? Bhiya. Bhiya. Tadvai bhajamritadhiyastava padamulam hitvedamaatmachadi hitvedamaatmachadi chatmaguroh parasya dehadyapārthamasadantem vindeta te tarhi sarva manishitartham. Therefore, I worship your lotus feet, having renounced my identification with the material body and everything else that covers my true self. These useless, insubstantial, and temporary coverings are merely presumed to be separate from you, whose intelligence encompasses all truth. By attaining you, the Supreme Godhead and the Master of the soul, one attains everything desirable. CC Antya 20.66. Thank you. That was. Yadyapiha Prabhu Koti Samudra Gambhir, as deep as millions of oceans. Nana Bhava Chandrodaya Hoyena Asthira, restless. Although Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is as deep and grave as millions of oceans, when the moon of his various emotions rises, he becomes restless. And Dhanakeli Kaumudi is quoted here. In the Dhanakeli Kaumudi, again, you see the comments, maybe it is appearing for you, but for me it is not appearing. I don't know whether the comment is being shown to you or not. Please let me know in the comments whether you can see the comment here, the Dhanakeli Kaumudi, all that. Are you able to see it? Now I can see it, but it's a bit weird anyway. In the Dhanakeli Kaumudi, it is stated, when love develops in the heart of a devotee, he cannot check the transformations of his sentiments. It's just like at the rising of the moon, when the ebb tide of the ocean cannot be checked. There must be movement of high waves. Although in its natural state, the ocean is always very grave and unfathomable. When the moon rises, nothing can check the ocean's agitation. Similarly, those who are pure devotees cannot on any account check the movements of their feelings within. So, again, I do not know for me. can see. Okay, now can you see? Because I removed everything. He becomes restless. So he's saying all these temporary bodies, useless and useless and insubstantial, you know, and therefore I renounce it. Sattvam rajastama iti shatavaatma-bandho maya-maya sthitilayo-daya-hetavosya लीलाधृतायदपि सत्त्वमयि प्रशान्त्यै नान्ये निर्णां व्यसनमोहभियश्च याभ्याम्. This is all Markandeya Stuti, it's, very nicely. You can learn also these things, these verses. O my Lord, O Supreme Friend of the conditioned soul, although for the creation, maintenance, and annihilation of this world you accept the modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance, which constitutes your illusory potency, you specifically employ the mode of goodness to liberate the conditioned souls. The other two modes simply bring them suffering, illusion, and fear. This is my passion and ignorance. तस्मात् तवेह भगवन्नथ तावकानां शुक्लां तनुं स्वदयितां कुशला भजन्ति यत्सात्वताः पुरुषरूपमुशन्ति सत्त्वं लोको यतो भयमुतात्मसुखं न चान्यत्. O Lord, because fearlessness, spiritual happiness, and the kingdom of God are all achieved through the mode of pure goodness, your devotees consider this mode, but never passion and ignorance, to be a direct manifestation of you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Intelligent persons thus worship your beloved transcendental form composed of pure goodness, along with the spiritual forms of your pure devotees. You see, forms of the pure devotees are also spiritual. Sattvataha, the great devotees. Ushanti Sattvam, they consider it in the mode of pure goodness. Ya Bhayam. Okay. तस्मै नमो भगवते पुरुषाय भूम्ने विश्वाय विश्वगुरवे परदैवताय नारायणाय ऋषये च नरोत्तमाय हंसाय संयतगिरे निगमेश्वराय. See, very beautiful verse. So many nice names of the Lord. The last one is very nice. Nigameshwaraya, the master of the Vedic scriptures. Samyatagire, one who has controlled his speech. I offer my humble obeisances to him, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the all-pervading and all-inclusive form of the universe as well as its spiritual master. I bow down to Lord Narayana, the supremely worshipable deity, appearing as a sage, and also to the saintly Nara, the best of human beings, who is fixed in perfect goodness, fully in control of his speech, and the propagator of the Vedic literatures. Yam vai naveda vitathakshapathairbhramadhiः santam svakeshva sushu apidrikpatheshu tanmayaya vritamatiः sa u eva sakshat ādyastavakhila guro rupasadya vedam. A materialist, his intelligence perverted by the action of his deceptive senses, cannot recognize you at all. You see, a materialist, his intelligence perverted by the action of his deceptive senses, cannot recognize you at all, although you are always present within his own senses and heart, and also among the objects of his perception. Yet, even though one's understanding has been covered by your illusory potency, if one obtains Vedic knowledge from you, the supreme spiritual master of all, he can directly understand you. In other words, this, that we are a soul, that there is Paramatma in the heart, that the Lord is, behind this whole creation. These things we cannot understand unless we are revealed these things from the Vedic knowledge. That's why it's called revealed knowledge, revealed scriptures. They're not some creations of ordinary people, revealed by the Lord. And then we can know. Yaddarshanam nigama atmarah prakasham muhyanti yatra kavayo japarayatantah tam sarvavada vishaya pratirupashilam vande mahapurusham atmanigudha bodham. This is very beautiful verse. 12.849, I think the last verse of this chapter. You see, yad darshanam nigama atma rahah prakasham muhyanti yatra kavayo japarayatantah tam sarvavada vishaya pratirupashilam vande mahapurusha atma nigudha bodham. This actually ties to 6.431 and 11.22.4. My dear Lord, the Vedic literatures alone reveal confidential knowledge of your Supreme Personality, and thus even such great scholars as Lord Brahma himself are bewildered in their attempt to understand you through empirical methods. Each philosopher understands you according to his particular speculative conclusions. I worship that Supreme Person, knowledge of whom is hidden by the bodily designations covering the conditioned soul's spiritual identity. Now, related verses to this are 6.431. The one which we are currently reading is 12.849. Okay, 12.849. 6.431. यच्छक्तयो वदतां वादिनां वै विवादसंवादभुवो भवन्ति कुर्वन्ति चैषां मुहुरात्ममोहं तस्मै नमोऽनन्तगुणाय भूम्ने. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead, who possesses unlimited transcendental qualities, acting from within the cause of the hearts of all philosophers who propagate various views. He causes them to forget their own souls, while sometimes agreeing and sometimes disagreeing among themselves. Thus, he creates within this material world a situation in which they are unable to come to a conclusion. I offer my obeisances unto him. This is very true. And then there is this other verse, set of I think 3 verses, 11:22. 4. श्रीभगवानुवाच युक्तं च सन्ति सर्वत्र भाषन्ते ब्राह्मणा यथा मायां मदीयाम् उद्गृह्य वदतां किं नु दुर्घटम्. Lord Krishna replied. Actually, let's see the question. Shri Uddhava uvacha kati tatvani vishvesha sankhyatānyarishibhi prabho naiva kadasha panchatrīṇyatthatvam miha sushruma केचित् षड्विंशतिं प्राहुर् अपरे पञ्चविंशतिं सप्तैके नवषट् केचित् चत्वार्येकादशापरे केचित् सप्तदश प्राहुः षोडशैके त्रयोदश एतावत्त्वं हि सङ्ख्यानां ऋषयो यद्विवक्षया गायन्ति पृथगायुष्मन् इदं नो वक्तुमर्हसि. Sri Uddhava asked a very scientific question. At least modern science deals with this kind of stuff. And this is the point of disagreement between modern science and Vedic science. And, so this is a very, very nice scientific question. Uddhava inquired, My dear Lord, O Master of the Universe, how many different elements of creation have been enumerated by the great sages? I have heard you personally describe a total of 28. God, the Jiva soul, Mahatattva, false ego, 5 gross elements, 10 senses, mind, 5 subtle objects of perception, and the 3 modes of nature. But some authorities say that there are 26 elements, while others cite 25, or else 7, 9, 6, 4, or 11, and even others say that there are 17, 16, or 13. What did each of these sages have in mind when he calculated the creative elements in such different ways? O Supreme Eternal, kindly explain this to me. So this is in particular reference to the material world. It's not even towards the Lord. Even about the material world, people will have so many different kinds of ways that they analyze and different conclusions they draw from their analysis. So Sri Bhagavan Vacha, this is the verse. Lord Krishna replied, because all material elements are present everywhere, it is reasonable that different learned Brahmanas have analyzed them in different ways. All such philosophers spoke under the shelter of my mystic potency, and thus they could say anything without contradicting the truth. And especially during this time when recently this Chandrayaan mission happened and people seemingly went to the moon. Now the materialists are, convinced that they went to the moon, and the India, they went to the moon. Well, according to Bhagavad cosmology, the moon is farther away from the sun. And interestingly, in Surya Siddhanta, which is the astronomical treatise of Aryabhatta, and which was commented upon by our Acharya Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, in that Surya Siddhanta, it is said that the moon, the distance of the moon from the earth, is very similar to the distance that the modern scientists say it is. And even eclipse is described as the sun, moon, and earth. You know how the modern science explains it is. Of course, there are other things like many other descriptions which modern science still does not accept. That is in the Surya Siddhanta. But it is interesting to note that Surya Siddhanta and Srimad Bhagavatam, have different calculations of the distances of the earth and the moon, between the earth and the moon. So, how to reconcile that in one place the moon is so far away from the earth, and another place the moon is so near to the earth, and the modern scientists say the moon is so near to the earth, and seemingly they have gone there. But what they have seen, some barren land, some desert basically, with no atmosphere. That's what they saw, some black rocks. Whereas the description of moon in our scriptures is like, there is this beautiful heavenly planet, and the moon god is there, and the somarasa, the nectar is there. So many things are described about moon planet, and here they are finding some desert, basically a useless, arid desert, and they're very excited about it. So we consider the Chandrayaan mission a complete failure. Even if they did reach whatever the moon, the moon that they went, they cannot even understand. Um, they cannot even see the full moon. Of course, I want to make a dedicated video on this whole topic of Chandrayaan, um, and the moon and all of that, from whatever information we have. But the point I'm trying to make is, how can the distance that is so far away and farther than the sun, and so near that it is the closest planet to the earth, which is also supported in the Surya Siddhanta, which Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur commented upon. So, how that can be reconciled? So, how distances are measured? Like, for example, even in the speculative modern science, there is this branch called quantum physics, and I've seen some video. Just I don't know anything about quantum physics. I was interested at one point. I never really pursued it. Before I could pursue it, thankfully I came to Bhagavad Gita. But anyway, one concept in quantum physics is called quantum entanglement, and which says, apparently, according to them, that space bends. Space bends, and it is possible, as an example, it is possible that there can be a circle. This is what they explain. I'm just repeating. I'm not endorsing it. I'm not saying anything, but this is something they're saying. So there can be a circle, say 30 kilometers in circumference. 30 kilometers. Now, how much would you think the diameter would be? Definitely less than 30, right? Um, because divided by pi, divided by 3.14. So 30 kilometers, maybe around, say about 8 kilometers diameter is what you would expect of that circle. But it is possible that near a black hole, again, that is their terms and ideas, near a black hole, it seems that it is possible that a circle of 30 kilometers circumference, the diameter can be millions of kilometers. It is possible. And space bends. So, although it is 30 around, but diameter can be even millions of kilometers. So, we don't even understand much of how even the material world even exists, for that matter. And what we see and what Shukadeva Goswami saw when he described the cosmology in the Srimad Bhagavatam is very different. We don't see the Meru mountain, we don't see any of those things mentioned, but it's definitely there. And there are descriptions where Pandavas, like for example, they went to Himalayas, they went to North and Himalayas, and from there they went to the heavenly planets. You go Himalayas and go further and further, you go to end up in China. So, what is happening? So there are certain passages which are inaccessible to us, subtle realms. It is said in the Bhagavatam that the Himalayas are 80,000 miles high. We only know the Mount Everest as 5.5 miles high, which is 8.8 kilometers. And 80,000 miles and 5 miles? Like, what happened to the 79,995 miles? Again, is something which is beyond our conception. We can't even see. And even the Himalayas that we see is mostly uninhabitable by humans. But we get knowledge from our Mahabharata and similar other scriptures that people have gone there and they have gone to Gandharva regions, and even Bhima went there, and it's beautiful lakes and gardens and so many people were there and all that. And also there is this other biography of Madhvacharya called Sri Madhva Vijaya, written by Satyatirtha, who is his disciple. So Satyatirtha and Madhvacharya, they were going to north, and they were going mountain to mountain to mountain. And at one point in Badrinath, Satyatirtha remained there, but Madhvacharya went further to deeper regions of the Badrinath. And he went to the fifth Badri, which is called the Uttara-Badri. And there he met Vyasadeva, who is still residing there. And it's a beautiful place there, just like, what Markandeya Rishi's ashram is mentioned, like that. Very beautiful. And so many sages are there and everything. Where do we find that? We don't find that. So it is explaining that, ordinary humans actually cannot enter there. In the Sri Madhva Vijaya, it is mentioned there. So there are truths that we can't even understand. And forget about all of that, even our present life. Simple things. I mean, we are here. We are a soul, but we have never seen the soul. We know we have a mind. Nobody has seen our mind. We ourselves have not seen. But you cannot deny the presence of mind. And the soul and the super soul, Paramatma, for example, is sitting in the heart, 8 inches in length, height. The heart surgeon is opening up the heart, and he's seeing nothing there. So there are subtle things which we even can't see. Paramatma, of course, is spiritual. It is more than just subtle, it is spiritual. So can't see. So even in this world, the ghosts, for example, we can't see. We can't see ghosts. So, but there are there. And there are things which we can't explain, like what is reincarnation? People remembering from their past lives exactly as it was before. What is all that? No explanation in modern science. That means the soul is traveling from body to body. And if you see the kind of actual, movements of living entities that are going on, it is so busy. The atmosphere is so busy, souls moving everywhere throughout the universe. But we can see none of that. Absolutely none of that. So, we have to acknowledge the fact that we are very, very inept to find out anything in this material world. We can only depend. We are so blind. I mean, we can't see ultraviolet, we can't see infrared, we can't see many things. We can only see a very, very limited portion in a very distorted way, and that's all we see. And if we say that because we can't see, nothing is there, like even if they have gone to the moon, I don't know how they can find black rock. It beats me still. But you see, even if they have gone, they cannot see the entire beauty of the moon. They cannot see. But we as Indians are so proud today, all 1.4 billion Indians, very proud. So much so that it's appalling that even ISKCON temples are congratulating the ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, for the Chandrayaan mission success, Chandrayaan 3. It is a shame, almost. Not almost, it is a shame because um, even if they've gone to the moon, and even if they actually met the residents of the moon planet, Bhagavad Gita still condemns it. Antavattu phalam tesham tad bhavati alpamedhasam. Alpamedha, those who are less intelligent go to these and worship demigods and go to their planets. Less intelligent people. What is that? Um, Abrahma bhuvana lokan punaravartino arjuna mamupetya tu kaunteya punarjanmana vidyate. So even if you go to the moon planet, it is still condemned. Yamimam pushpitam vacham pravadanti avipaschitaha. Where are they going? Uh, they, first of all, even if they go, they are avipaschitaha, means they are not even intelligent. Hmm? Uh, Even those who have gone to the moon planet and actually can stay there and reside there and be in the association of those inhabitants there, even they are considered less intelligent according to Bhagavad Gita. And because we are aiming for the highest planet, they are trying for the moon, but we are trying for Vaikuntha. Huh? So why should we be so excited when somebody has gone to so-called moon, Chandrayaan? Why devotees are excited? Devotees are sharing in their WhatsApp status, oh Chandrayaan, Chandrayaan. Why are you excited? That means you have zero understanding of our philosophy. You don't even have faith in that you are actually aiming for the highest planet, much higher than moon. And forget about that. Their description of moon doesn't even match our description in our shastras. What they have even seen, where they have gone, even if they have gone to the moon that is a moon that we see, they cannot see the full beauty of the moon. They saw nothing there. Basically, if you are so excited about collecting some rocks and dust, why don't you do that in Sahara Desert? I mean, it's as good as that. I mean, at least Sahara Desert has some atmosphere, some wind is blowing actually, at least some sand dunes are forming. Here, nothing according to them. No atmosphere, some barren rock and sand. Why are you so excited about it then? What is the great achievement in that? It is a colossal failure. As I told a few of our devotees here, successful, we don't deny that it took a lot of scientific brains to do what they did. Okay, we agree. But my point is this: successful accomplishment of an unworthy goal is failure. I'll repeat: successful accomplishment of an unworthy goal is failure. One may, endeavor greatly and, he may succeed in what he wanted to achieve. But if that thing that he wanted to achieve is not very worthy, it is a failure. The aim itself is a failure, and process, even though it is successful, because the aim is failure, everything is failure. Just like in mathematics, the first step is wrong, everything else is wrong after that. If you carry forward that result of the first step to the next step and then proceed, even if you do everything correct. So, yeah, maybe they have gotten everything correct. Let's say they've gotten everything correct and they went to the moon and all the calculations perfect and huge success. But the aim is wrong. The first step is wrong. Why are they aiming at moon? Okay. Next thing, why don't Indians question? Okay, we went to the moon, so-called barren land. What happened to all those descriptions in our Vedas which say Somarasa and moon god and all these things? They are just mythology. They don't even question. That means they've already decided that this is all some fairy tales, fables, and all that. Mythology, whatever. So they have given up already, and therefore there's no questioning in India. Just see. So we have to see from Shastra point of view. What do you think was this Chandrayaan 3? Yeah, so this is one of the comments here in 8, 11, 15 purport. I don't know if you can see it. I can't see it here. Okay, a sinful person situated in the mode of ignorance and addicted to meat eating, drinking, and illicit sex can never enter the higher planets by mechanical means. So even if he, seemingly enters somewhere, it is as good as not entering because you are not able to see anything. 8.11.5. Yeah, they may be going, but they cannot see anything. You see? So some people are saying they did not go to the moon, it's a colossal hoax. Well, they went somewhere then. Somewhere they went. Either an asteroid or the moon, as they see it. That's the other thing I'm telling. That how we see it, how moon appears to us, and how much distance it is for us, and how Shukadeva Goswami saw it. It's totally different. And there's some nice descriptions that I was reading of this whole thing. So it is, if our own shastras, I mean Surya Siddhanta and um, Srimad Bhagavatam, you know. So anonymous here is saying maybe to Rahu, not the moon. Maybe, but also let me tell you that the description of Rahu in Bhagavatam is that it is even bigger than the moon, and it is farther than the moon. So how come Rahu is here? That's another thing. So, um, and another thing is that the Rahu is explained as the cause of eclipse. In the Surya Siddhanta, what the modern science says, which is the Earth, Sun, and Moon, coming and blocking each other, that description is given as the eclipse, reason for eclipse. And let us be clear that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur did not denounce Surya Siddhanta, did not denounce Bhagavatam also. Means both are correct, and how is that possible then? How is both possible? So there is reconciliation of both of them. It is just that we see it in a certain way, and the people of higher, like the Devatas, they see it in a certain way. That's why the Pandavas, when they went to the Himalayas, when they went further, they went to heavenly planets. So for them, it's like a walk in the park. It's just like for them, they see differently. The description of the concentric oceans and all that, we don't see any of that. For our vision, it is not visible. And we should not be too proud that, because it is not visible to us, therefore it's not there. It is there, but it's just not visible to us. So we should understand this. Our vision is super, super controlled. I mean, so limited. And we see things in a very distorted way, and subtle things we can't even see. So it is simultaneously possible that the moon is so far away and yet so near, which is kind of in a way accepted in quantum physics as well, in their own way, in their own speculative way. But you see, Krishna, he put millions and trillions and innumerable cows in the 84 square mile district of Mathura. In Vrindavan, Govardhan, he was going. Innumerable cows were there. How it is even possible? So, instances where time and space have been, you know, um, constrained and, fit into, like for example, Ras Leela. Krishna danced with the gopis for one night of Brahma. That means 4,320,000,000 years he danced. But all that was fitted into one night of the earth, human night. How is that possible? So there are things which Krishna does seamlessly. In his Leela, this is visible. And there is another description of Navadvip Dham Mahatmya of Bhakti Vinod Thakur, where he says the ordinary people, they when they go to Navadvip, and he explained this part, which is called the Ishodhyan. Ishodhyan means the garden of the Lord. So when ordinary people go there, they just see a small hut and some, pails and some rock and stone and, some pots or something like that. But for the self-realized soul, they see the entire beautiful garden, vast expanse of garden of the Lord, a spiritual garden there. Beautiful with all, and he describes the entire Navadvip Dham as a beautiful garden, Ishodhyan, he calls, not visible. And another thing is, Prabhupada says the Radha Damodar temple is the hub of the spiritual world. Hub of the spiritual world, it is in the material world, seemingly, right? How these spaces are existing simultaneously at the same time, completely invisible to us. For example, the ghosts, they live in the same realm as us. They move about on the earth. Of course, they have the planet, but they also move here, right? But that realm we cannot understand. We cannot understand. how they move, their physics is very different from us. Another thing is the UFO. Recently, there was this whole congressional hearing in the US about unidentified flying objects and all of that. So the descriptions are like fantastic. I mean, like can't even fathom the kind of movements and the kind of descriptions of the UFOs that are given by some of the sightings who have seen. So who are they? Definitely, there is something there out there. So who are they? Who don't have any propulsion? Who don't follow any of the laws of physics that we know? How are they even moving? And we know from our thing that sadhus, they can travel at great distances just by sun rays, catching hold of the sun rays and going, and by the waterways. They can do so many things. You know. So yeah. So I have seen all those quotes of Prabhupada. But he was also um, you know, saying in some parts, in 1977, 1976, you can see what is the model of the universe, and how it is all there. So somebody suggested, I think Swarup Damodar Goswami was, Swarup Damodar Prabhu, he was actually, now I think Swarup Damodar Swami, of course he passed away. So he was suggesting, why don't we look at the Surya Siddhanta, because Surya Siddhanta seems to say that, something which is similar to modern science. So Prabhupada said, yeah, Surya Siddhanta was written, commented upon by my Guru Maharaj, and he was expert astrologer. But where is that translation of, that copy of the thing that my Guru Maharaj wrote? Then he said, there is somewhere, we can, I think London, some library or something, and also in India somewhere. He wrote articles in Jyotirvid magazine in 1902 and all that. So they collected some things there, and that was much later than they collected. But Prabhupada was saying, yeah, we can study that. He was trying to say. But the point is this: Surya Siddhanta is not wrong because Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Ṭhākura endorsed it. Bhagavatam is also not wrong. So, with that, my point is this. This verse here, 11:24. All such philosophers spoke under the shelter of my mystic potency, and thus they could say anything without contradicting the truth. This is the thing. They may be even right. They may be even went to the moon, that rover. But still they could not see the moon that is described in the Vedas, in our literature. They saw some distorted version of it. You know. Next verse. Naitadevam yathathatvam yadaham vachmi tattatha evam vivadatam hetum shaktayo me duratyayah. When philosophers argue, I don't choose to analyze this particular case in the same way that you have. It is simply my own insurmountable energies that are motivating their analytic disagreements. Yeah. So this actually points to this one thing. How bewildering is the Lord's potency. And that is the exact subject of this Markandeya Leela, of the Vatapatra-shaya, the bewildering potency of Maya. Markandeya Rishi wanted to see that. And you see this 111, you see, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Janmadhyasya Yatonvayad Itaratascha Swarat, Tene Brahma Hridaya Adikavaya Muhyanti Yat Surayah. Muhyanti Yat Surayah. Tejo Vari Mridam Yatha Vinimayo Yatra Trisargo Mrisha Dhamna Svena Sada Nirasta Kuhakam Satyam Param Dhimahi. You see, especially this part. I meditate upon the Lord Sri Krishna because he is the absolute truth and the primeval cause of all causes of the creation, sustenance, and destruction of the manifested universes. He is directly and indirectly conscious of all manifestations. And he is independent because there is no other cause beyond him. It is he only who first imparted the Vedic knowledge into the heart of Brahmaji, the original living being. By him, even the great sages and demigods are placed into illusion, as one is bewildered by the illusory representations of water seen in fire and or land seen on water. Tejo, Vari, Mrid, all these elements are so bewildering, you know. Only because of him do the material universes temporarily manifested by the reactions of the three modes of nature appear factual, although they are unreal. I therefore meditate upon him, Lord Sri Krishna, who is eternally existent in the transcendental abode, which is forever free from the illusory representations of the material world. I meditate upon him, for he is the absolute truth. So then next verse, you see. Yasam vyatikaradāsīd vikalpo vadatam padam prapte shamadamepyeti vadastamanusamyati. By interaction of my energies, different opinions arise. But for those who have fixed their intelligence on me and control their senses, differences of perception disappear. And consequently, the very cause for argument is removed. You know, परस्परानुप्रवेशात् तत्त्वानां पुरुषार्षभा पौर्वापर्यप्रसङ्ख्यानं यथा वक्तुर्विवक्षितम्. O best among men, because subtle and gross elements mutually enter into one another. You see, this is something interesting. Because subtle and gross elements mutually enter into one another, philosophers may calculate the number of basic material elements in different ways according to their personal desire. So, subtle and gross elements mutually entering into one another. So, this can be another reason why they cannot see anything on the moon. एकस्मिन्नपि दृश्यन्ते प्रविष्टानि इतराणि च पूर्वस्मिन् वा परस्मिन् वा तत्त्वे तत्त्वानि सर्वशः. All subtle material elements are actually present within their gross effects. Similarly, all gross elements are present within their subtle causes, since material creation takes place by progressive manifestations of elements from subtle to gross. Thus, we can find all material elements within any single element. One aspect of this we can understand, like how it is mentioned here. All subtle elements are actually present within the gross effects, and similarly, all gross elements are present within their subtle causes. Now that we can understand, but there can be so many permutations and combinations of this that can happen that we cannot even fathom sometimes. Therefore, no matter which of these thinkers is speaking, and regardless of whether in their calculations they include material elements within their previous subtle causes or else within their subsequent manifest products, I accept their conclusions as authoritative because a logical explanation can always be given for each of the different theories. This is the thing. Now, the scientists are also very confident that what they have gone to is the moon, and we, according to our shastric reference, it doesn't even match. Like, what is moon is supposed to be something else? What is there in the moon? What is this black rocks and sand? So both at the same time can be true. That is the point I'm trying to make. Um, because that is the bewildering potency of the Lord. At the same time, they have no profit from it, whereas we have complete profit from it because our faith in Krishna is only increasing. Because we have to be fixed on our aim of the to go to Goloka Vrindavan planet, not this moon or sun or even anything else, even Brahmaloka. We don't want to go there. We want to go to Goloka Vrindavan. And the illusory presentations of this material world is can be mind blowing. We cannot understand these things. We think we can, and everybody can be putting forward logical arguments, but still, apart from all of that, okay, you have gone there. What is the benefit now? You have gathered some earth and some and then you're going to leave the debris there, and what is the big deal? What have you achieved? But definitely, them going to the moon and coming back in 1969, total hoax. Total hoax. They launched from moon. Imagine launching from the moon. Their fuel was all finished. When a lander lands, a big rocket, and only a small part is the lander. That was encapsulated within that thing. And that lands. Now, from there to come back to Earth, where is the rocket? They say there was a rocket, and then from there, hello, how much distance they have to cover? You think that much fuel they have in that small thing? Where is the logic? So, I don't absolutely believe that they went to the moon in 1969. But even if today they seem to have gone, they did not get any benefit of going to the moon. First of all, they did not even go. They then sent some piece of metal, and What was the real achievement? Why is that a success? It is a failure. India should not teach how Chandrayaan and Aditya and all this. No, they have to show how to go to the Vaikuntha planets. That is our real goal. Indians should be showing that path. And that's what Prabhupada did. He showed us how to go to Vaikuntha, not moon. Waste of time going to the moon. It's condemned in the Vedic literature, and these people are celebrating. Congratulations, ISKCON temples are celebrating. What is that? Praising the ISRO. They have gone berserk. Anyway, so all these things are there. So how bewildering the Lord's energies. Yeah. So that's why here it is said in the last verse of this chapter, each philosopher understands you according to his particular speculative conclusions. I worship that Supreme Person, knowledge of whom is hidden by the bodily designations covering the conditioned soul's spiritual identity. We will get to the comments later on. There are many comments on that cosmology and all of that. But I want to finish this part first. So 12.9. Maybe we will skip some of this part, but we will address the main things. So the Supreme Lord, he is glorifying. So Suda Goswami said the Supreme Lord Narayana, the friend of Nara, was satisfied by the proper glorification offered by the intelligent sage Markandeya. Thus the Lord addressed that excellent descendant of Bhrigu. He said, my dear Markandeya, you are indeed the best of all learned Brahmanas. You have perfected your life by practicing fixed meditation upon the Supreme Soul as well as by focusing upon me. Your undeviated devotional service, your austerities, your study of the Vedas, and your strict adherence to regulative principles. We are perfectly satisfied with your practice of lifelong celibacy. Please choose whatever benediction you desire, since I can grant your wish. May you enjoy all good fortune. The sage said, O Lord of Lords, O Lord, all glories to you, O Lord Achyuta, you remove all distress from the devotees who surrender unto you. That you have allowed me to see you is all the benediction I want. So, see, that's a pure devotee. He doesn't want anything, even when asked. So even the demigods, he's saying such demigods as Lord Brahma achieve their exalted position simply by seeing your beautiful lotus feet after their minds had become mature in yoga practice. And now, my Lord, you have personally appeared before me. I am simply satisfied by seeing you, you see, O crest jewel of renowned personalities, by whose influence the entire world, together with its ruling demigods, considers reality to be materially variegated. But Sutta Goswami said, O wise Shaunaka, thus satisfied with Markandeya's praise and worship, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, smiling, replied, Sorry, I missed this part. This is the most important part, 12.9.6. I am satisfied simply by seeing you. Although I am satisfied simply by seeing you, I do wish to see your illusory potency. He now wants to see Maya, by whose influence the entire world, together with its ruling demigods, considers reality to be materially variegated. So, how the Maya works, he wants to see. That means we don't even know how Maya works. How she puts everybody in illusion. He wants to see that. Then Sutta Goswami said, O wise Shaunaka, thus satisfied by Markandeya's praise and worship, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, smiling, replied, So be it, and then departed for his hermitage at Badrikashram. Now again, you can go to Badrikashram, you cannot find this Naranarayan, but they are there in the subtle parts of the Badrinath, which is not accessible to humans. So we have to acknowledge the presence of such realms. Now here, the words, according to Śrīla Vishwanath Chakravarti Ṭhākura, the Supreme Lord smiled ruefully because he prefers that his pure devotees stay away from his illusory energy. Curiosity to see the illusory energy of the Lord sometimes develops into sinful material desire. Nonetheless, to please his devotee Markandeya, the Lord granted his request, just as a father who cannot convince his son to give up pursuing a harmful desire may let him experience some painful reaction so that he will then voluntarily desist. Thus, understanding what would soon happen to Markandeya, the Lord smiled as he prepared to display the illusory potency to him. So, ruefully means with regret, um, not too happy, with his request, but anyway, given to him. So, but of course, this is also part of the Lord's plan. That's how this whole Vatapatra form of the Lord is revealed to us. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know what is happening at the time of devastation. Who would know? Unless there is some story attached to it, and Markandeya Rishi happened to be the playing the part of that. Thinking always of his desire to see the Lord's illusory energy, the sage remained in his ashram, meditating constantly upon the Lord within the fire, the sun, the moon, water, the earth, air, lightning, and his own heart, and worshipping him with paraphernalia conceived in his mind. But sometimes, overwhelmed by waves of love for the Lord, Markandeya would forget to perform his regular worship. It is apparent from these verses that Markandeya Rishi was a great devotee of Lord Krishna, therefore, he wanted to see the illusory energy of the Lord, not to fulfill some material ambition, but to learn how his potency is working. O Brahmana Shaunaka, best of the Bhrigus, one day while Markandeya was performing his evening worship on the bank of the Pushpabhadra, a great wind suddenly arose. That wind created a terrible sound and brought in its wake fearsome clouds that were accompanied by lightning and roaring thunder, and that poured down on all sides torrents of rain as heavy as wagon wheels. Then the four great oceans appeared on all sides, swallowing up the surface of the earth with their wind tossed waves. In these oceans were terrible sea monsters, fearful whirlpools, and ominous rumblings. Actually, no one would survive this. I mean, just imagine a tsunami. You know what happens in a tsunami? Go and watch some videos of the tsunami that happened in 2004. With the water, everything is washed. Trees are washed, big rocks are washed, mud and all kinds of objects come into the water, and then forcefully, when all that hits you, how are you going to even survive? Nobody can survive. So the sage saw all the inhabitants of the universe, including himself, tormented within and without by the harsh winds, the bolts of lightning, and the great waves rising beyond the sky. Rising beyond the sky, how high the waves were. It's terrifying, that kind of thing. As the whole earth flooded, he grew perplexed and fearful. Even as Markandeya looked on, the rain pouring down from the clouds filled the ocean more and more until that great sea, its waters violently whipped into terrifying waves by hurricanes, covered up all the earth's islands, mountains, and continents. It's a complete destruction. Cataclysm. The water inundated the earth, outer space, heaven, and the celestial region. Indeed, the entire expanse of the universe was flooded in all directions, and out of all its inhabitants, only Markandeya remained. His matted hair scattered, the great sage wandered about alone in the water, as if dumb and blind. Tormented by hunger and thirst, attacked by monstrous makaras and timingala fish, and battered by the wind and waves, he moved aimlessly throughout the infinite darkness into which he had fallen. As he grew increasingly exhausted, he lost all sense of direction and could not tell the sky from the earth. Look at the amount of colossal destruction that's going on. Actually, we can't even imagine what is happening to Markandeya. Just imagine that all the planets are just scooped up and then just submerged into the ocean. I mean, how big the ocean is. At times he was engulfed by the great whirlpools, sometimes he was beaten by the mighty waves, and at other times the aquatic monsters threatened to devour him as they attacked one another. Sometimes he felt lamentation, bewilderment, misery, happiness, or fear, and at other times he experienced such terrible illness and pain that he felt himself dying. Ayutayuta-varshanam sahasrani shatani cha vyatiyur-bhramatastasmin vishnu-maya-vritatmanaha. Countless millions of years passed as Markandeya wandered about in that deluge. Oh, look at that. His mind bewildered by the illusory energy of Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Countless millions of years he was. Just imagine, I mean, it's not just like one day, 2 days, okay, after that 1 week, okay, finish, okay, fine, good. He asked for it He asked for it, and Krishna gave it. And Krishna gave it not just a small thing, millions of years in that deluge. His mind bewildered by the illusory energy of Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Of course, he was given the strength to even live that long in the water, in the turbulent waters, because he wanted to see it. But you see how painful. Once, while wandering in the water, the Brahmana Markandeya discovered a small island upon which stood a young banyan tree bearing blossoms and fruits. Now, here it comes the Lord. Upon a branch of the northeast portion of that tree, he saw an infant boy lying within a leaf. The child's effulgence was swallowing up the darkness. The infant's dark blue complexion was the color of a flawless emerald. His lotus face shone with a wealth of beauty, and his throat bore marks like the lines on a conch shell. He had a broad chest and finely shaped nose, beautiful eyebrows, and lovely ears that resembled pomegranate flowers and that had inner folds like a conch shell's spirals. The corners of his eyes were reddish like the wall of a lotus, and the effulgence of his coral like lips slightly reddened the nectarian enchanting smile on his face. As he breathed, his splendid hair trembled, and his deep navel became distorted by the moving folds of skin on his abdomen, which resembled a banyan leaf. The exalted Brahmana watched with amazement as the infant took hold of one of his lotus feet with his graceful fingers, placed a toe within his mouth, and began to suck. Karāravindena padāravindaṁ mukhāravinde viniveśayantam vatasya patrasya pute śayānaṁ bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasa smarami. And this Bala Mukunda was not born from, Devaki and Vasudev or Nanda and Yashoda, nothing. He was just there. He was just there, enjoying the destruction of the universe. That's the Lord. Such a mighty destruction is happening, and he's just, floating about on a leaf and putting his mouth, like small children, and sometimes they put their thumbs there. But he was putting his foot thumb into his mouth. And there's an explanation in the purport, I think. Vishwanath Chakravarti Ṭhākura, according to him, Lord Krishna wondered, so many devotees are hankering for the nectar of my lotus feet. Therefore, let me personally experience that nectar. Thus, the Lord, playing like an ordinary baby, began to suck on his toes. Karāravindena padāravindaṁ mukhāravinde viniveśayantam. This is the, and let's see what the translation, the Sanskrit looks like here. चार्वङ्गुलिभ्यां पाणिभ्याम् उन्नीय चरणाम्बुजं मुखे निधाय विप्रेन्द्रोऽध्ययन्तं वीक्ष्य विस्मितः. So this is how it is described here. As Markandeya beheld the child, all his weariness vanished. Indeed, so great was his pleasure that the lotus of his heart, along with his lotus eyes, fully blossomed, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Confused as to the identity of the wonderful infant, the sage approached him. Markandeya wanted to ask the child about his identity and therefore approached him. You see, even in such a turbulent condition, his mind was, all the weariness vanished. That means how powerful is the remembrance of the Lord and chanting his name, that even such physical, visible danger and pain can be completely vanished just by remembering the Lord. I think we'll come back here. What is it? By sneezing, ityucher haraye nama. Come on. 12:47. Yes. Patitah स्खलितश्चार्तः क्षुत्वा वा विवशो गृणन् हरये नाम इत्युच्चैर्मुच्यते सर्वपातकात्. If when falling, slipping, feeling pain or sneezing, one involuntarily cries out in a loud voice, obeisances to Lord Hari, one will automatically be freed from all his sinful reactions. Sometimes people, something happens, they say, "Oh shit, why shit?" Say Krishna, "Oh Krishna," you get purified. Why shit? Then you become worm in the stool. So in any one will automatically be freed from all his sinful reactions. So even if falling, slipping, feeling pain or sneezing, in fact the pain will be gone. You can actually experiment this. If something very painful, you just chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. The pain will be gone. It's true. The more we focus on the Lord, it's not just okay. People may say, "Oh, that's a distraction tactic," so that you won't feel the pain. Maybe they will say like that. Maybe they will consider it like that. Let them do so. But actually, it is true that when we focus on the Lord, the pain goes away. And this is the Markandeya Rishi. He experienced that. He was in this ocean, and he saw this child, and his weariness vanished. Just then, the child inhaled, drawing Markandeya within his body like a mosquito. There, the sage found the entire universe arrayed as it had been before its dissolution. Seeing this, Markandeya was most astonished and perplexed. So inside him, inside the Lord, was the entire universe as it had been before the destruction started. Exactly as it was before. I mean, this is not the first time, right? The Mother Yashoda saw into the mouth of Krishna, and she saw the entire universe there. In Mukundāṣṭakam, therefore, of course, in the Damodarashtakam also it is there. Tvadiya udāra-yatha vishvasya dhamne. Your abdomen is there. What is that? Abode of the entire universe. लीलाशेष जगत प्रपंच जठरे विश्वेश्वरे श्रीधरे जगत प्रपंच जठरे अशेष जगत प्रपंच जठरे. The controller of all the universes which he manifests from his abdomen as a pastime. So this is the Lord. That's why nobody can actually bind him, but Yashoda bound him because of love and devotion. So the sage saw the entire universe, the sky, the heavens and earth, the stars, mountains, oceans, great islands and continents, the expanses in every direction, the saintly and the demoniac living beings, the forests, countries, rivers, cities and mines, the agricultural villages and cow pastures, and the occupational and spiritual activities of the various social divisions. He also saw the basic elements of creation along with all their byproducts, as well as time itself, which regulates the progression of countless ages within the days of Brahma. In addition, he saw everything else created for use in material life. All this he saw manifested before him as if it were real. As if it were real. Vishwam sadivava-bhasitam. Dadarsha Vishwam sadivava-bhasitam. Sat means real. Iva means like. As if real. Avabhasitam, manifest. Dadarsha Vishwam sadivava-bhasitam. So, how to actually see all these things: mountains, stars, earth, heaven, sky, oceans, great islands, continents, expanses in every directions, saintly and demoniac living beings, forests, countries, rivers, cities, mines, agricultural villages, cow pastures, and varnashram duties, time itself. How to see all this in one place? Divine eyes. When Krishna showed Arjuna the Vishwarupa, he saw the entire universal situation in one place, Arjuna. How to see like that? How to see sitting in one place everything? But Krishna showed it. So, that's another thing about Krishna. He can do anything. So, you see, the sage saw the entire universe from one place. Now, just imagine how such vision will be. So, it is. So now we cannot have that vision, right? So, that's what I'm saying. The universe can be seen in different ways. In different ways. For us, the universe is appearing in one way, as if every other planet is without life, or whatever, as everything is empty and cannot be accessed. But the demigods see it totally differently. The ghosts see it differently. The Gandharvas see it differently. Brahma sees it differently. Even Brahma, when he was meditating in the beginning of creation, just before he created, he was meditating. He could not even see the Lord. He was on this lotus and he could not know where the end of the lotus was. But when he became purified after meditation, he could see the Lord. The Lord was all the way there only, but he could not see him before. But now he could see him. So it requires purification for us to be able to see things that are described in the Shastras, not just like, oh, because I cannot see, this is all some mythology, some story, okay, let's not talk about it, let's not read about it. Or let's not tell others about it. People will think we are fools believing in some fantasy stories. No, we should be absolutely confident that Bhagavatam is never wrong. If it is not wrong even in spiritual matters, which is much more difficult to understand, how can it be wrong in material matters? So Bhagavatam is never wrong. So that faith we should have. Then we will know how to address these situations where people challenge the spiritual veracity of our scriptures. We should have that faith that Krishna, he will never lie. Now, our experience may differ from the explanation there. Then the problem is with our experience. It's not with the explanation there, because the Lord is never wrong. That's the fundamental thing. Now, people may say that is you have given up all kinds of logic. You have just started to believe something blindly, even though your eyes are visibly saying that that is not true. This is called, they have a term for it. It's called cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance. That means your eyes are telling you one thing, and you choose to believe, you choose to disbelieve your own eyes and believe something which is said in somewhere which is not even like, cannot even be experimented upon, or there's no such experience we can draw in our life, and you are just choosing to believe in the book and not believe in your own eyes. That's foolishness, they will say. Our answer is that, how can you believe your eyes? Your eyes are perfect, you can see anything and everything. So you can see a very distorted version of the world and the universe. And when the Shastra is describing it in a certain way, we just can't denounce. Why did that person even say it like that then? If he's just talking some wild stories. Is he talking? Sukadeva Goswami will come and speak some wild nonsense. No. Then why is he speaking something which is completely out of our experience? So he's experiencing something which we are unable to do, though. Just because it's different, it doesn't mean we just dismiss. We should accept that we are imperfect. Our senses are imperfect. We cannot see everything. Okay, next. He saw before him the Himalaya mountains, the Pushpabhadra river, and his own hermitage where he had had the audience of the sages Naranarayan. Then, as Markandeya beheld the entire universe, the infant exhaled, expelling the sage from his body and casting him back into the ocean of dissolution. Just by breathing. Look at the Lord. In that vast sea, he again saw the banyan tree growing on the tiny island and the infant boy lying within the leaf. The child glanced at him from the corner of his eyes with a smile imbued with the nectar of love, and Markandeya took him into his heart through his eyes. Greatly agitated, the sage ran to embrace the transcendental personality of Godhead. At that moment, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the original master of all mysticism and who is hidden within everyone's heart, became invisible to the sage, just as the achievements of an incompetent person can suddenly vanish. The example is also very good. The achievements of an incompetent person can suddenly vanish, and the same way, the the Lord became invisible to him. Actually, there is a fact. We can never be competent to see the Lord. Now, Markandeya Rishi meditated for millions of years and all that. Still, that does not make him competent to see the Lord. There can be no such thing as becoming competent to see the Lord. Never. The Lord will be visible only when He chooses to. Only when He chooses to. Nayamatma pravachanena labhyo. Mm, okay, let's see, maybe this one. नायमात्मा प्रवचनेन लभ्यो न मेधया न बहुना श्रुतेन यमेवैष वृणुते तेन लभ्यस्तस्यैष आत्मा विवृणुते तनुं स्वाम्. The Supreme Personality of Godhead cannot be attained simply by explanations, logic, and erudite scholarship. One cannot understand Him simply by one's brain substance. Even by studying all the Vedic literatures, one cannot understand the Supreme Lord. However, if one is slightly favored by the mercy of the Lord, if the Lord is pleased, one can understand Him. But who are the candidates eligible to receive the mercy of the Lord? Only the devotees. They alone can understand what is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Swayameva spuratyataha. One should not try to understand the Lord simply from the statements of the Vedas, nor should one uselessly attempt to decry these statements through reasoning and logic. This is a very important point. One should not try to understand the Lord simply from the statements of the Vedas. They can only give indication, but really, if you want to see the Lord has to show Himself. Understand? Nor should one uselessly attempt to decry these statements through reasoning and logic, because our reasoning and logic is our mental and intellectual faculty is very insignificant compared to the Lord, and we cannot measure Him with a yardstick of our intellect. So that's why it is said, the Lord became invisible to the sage, just as the achievements of an incompetent person can suddenly vanish. Another example of this is in the life of Narada Muni, when he was in his previous life a small boy, and he started meditating on the Lord, and suddenly the Lord vanished. He appeared in his heart for a while, and he became very happy, and then suddenly the Lord vanished. And the Lord says to him, and you can read in the first canto, 6th chapter, that I will not appear before you anymore in this life. And now that you have seen me once, that taste you can never forget, and to make your desire to achieve me more intense, I will not appear before you. So this is the thing. Sometimes, even when chanting, even when we're doing devotional services, reading and all that, sometimes we feel very happy, like we feel very connected with Krishna, and like Krishna is reciprocating, in fact, and we feel certain happiness. And suddenly, sometimes that happiness vanishes. Sometimes it can be through offenses. Sometimes the Lord just doesn't want to make us feel that we have control over the Lord. Oh, whenever I want, I can summon that feeling again. No, we can never. The Lord has to give that to us. The Lord has to give that to us. So it's completely because we are incompetent to capture the Lord like that. We don't. If we think that um, the happiness which I got yesterday while chanting Hare Krishna, I can get anytime I want, is within my control, then I am thinking that I am as good as Yashoda. I can trap and I can tie the Lord up. No, I can't. No. So that's why here also you can see Markandeya Rishi. I mean, where can we compare to Markandeya Rishi's austerity and study of the Vedas, and I mean, his lifetime, his seriousness, his conquest over lust, all that, none of that we can even remotely match anywhere close. Not like, and he had only a moment's vision of the Lord, and then after that, the Lord just became invisible. So if he is so-called incompetent to capture the Lord, how can we think that it is within our control to capture the Lord and that ecstatic feelings and all of that? None of that we can control. The Lord has to show mercy. The spiritual master has to show mercy. This is a mercy movement. It is not based on our strength at all. Hmm. After the Lord disappeared, O Brahmana, the banyan tree, the great water, and the dissolution of the universe all vanished as well. And in an instant, Markandeya found himself back in his own hermitage, just as before. How to explain that? Like, how would Markandeya feel at that point? What did just happen? For millions of years, I was just tossed and tossed and tossed and tossed. Unbelievable pain and disease, and you know, and then suddenly it's all over, as if nothing has ever happened. You know, what is all this? Well, he asked for it, the illusory potency of the Lord, and that's how the Lord exhibited. And the Lord exhibited this. The question was just before this description that he appeared to be in the dissolution of the universe. That means in his previous day of Brahma, he took birth, and now he's still there. And we know that he took his birth now. I mean, in this day of Brahma, and he is actually my ancestor. How to understand this? So, when was that dissolution happened? Last day of Brahma, or this day of Brahma? So, from here we can understand that yes, he experienced all the dissolution, but it seems to be a display of the Lord's illusory potency and the you know um, the illusion. And actually, he was actually no dissolution ever happened, like um, like what happens at the end of the Manvantara. But he saw what happens during those dissolutions without actually being in that dissolution. So the Lord showed him everything and then put him back in that same place as if nothing has ever happened. So simultaneously he saw the dissolution and he was not actually existing, you know, over that dissolution. So, but in the other purport, we learn that he was there for one day and night of Brahma. So, it's a bit difficult to understand, you see. But it looks like, he saw this whole illusion and then he came out of it and then. Okay, something happened. I don't know whatever happened. Got disconnected. I'm trying to connect back. Video is off. Yeah, we were off for a while. Don't know whatever happened. Suddenly disconnected for a while. Now I see that there is a comment on my screen, maybe to Rahul but not Moon. And I don't know where is that comment. Okay, here. See, all this while I did not know that that was happening. Let me try another comment. Now it is responding nicely. You see, I think something happened on their end that, yeah, this is how it should be. I think they made some correction there, and now I can see all the comments like nicely. When I'm clicking on them, it is appearing on this. Okay, that's good. Sorry for the interruption. We'll resume. Thus end the purports of the humble servants of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, to the 12th canto, 9th chapter, Markandeya sees illusory potency of the Lord. So that is the Vattapatra. But we will just go through the next chapter as well. Now I know what is the time. It's 10:30 already. We'll quickly go through this because this is also of Markandeya. I'm sorry to keep you for long, but you know. So Suta Goswami said, the Supreme Lord Narayana had arranged this opulent display of his bewildering potency. Markandeya Rishi, having experienced it, took shelter of the Lord. Markandeya said, O Lord Hari, I take shelter of the soles of your lotus feet, which bestow fearlessness upon all who surrender to them. Even the great demigods are bewildered by your illusory energy, which appears to them in the guise of knowledge. This is interesting. Now, this is interesting. Even the great demigods are bewildered by your illusory energy, which appears to them in the guise of knowledge. Maya pahrita jnana. Yanmaya yapi vibudha muhyanti jnana kashaya. Jnana kashaya means which falsely appears as knowledge. So the scientists today, they think they have so much knowledge, but actually ignorance, it is complete ignorance. They think it is knowledge. They think, oh, scientific technological advancement, this and that. So we as devotees, at least who are trying to be devotees, learning the scriptures, we should be very confident. We should not be led by them and saying that, oh, they are advancing, this and that. They're not advancing. And we should be able to prove why they're not advancing. Like even this Chandrayaan mission. Okay, so let's say you've gone to the moon. What did you achieve? Bhagavad Gita already is condemning that. Even if you actually did and met with the Soma, the moon god, and the whole everything you have done, even then it is a failure. What to speak of collecting some rocks and dust and leaving your machine there and then that's it. I mean, it's just a colossal failure. That's it. That's what it is. Yeah. Even the great demigods are bewildered. See, Vibudha. Vibudha means very intelligent people. Here it is mentioned intelligent demigods, but anybody intelligent, Vibudha. Yanmayayapi vibudha muhyanti jnana. Very interesting. So this is another verse that is connected to that. All the opinions, they have different opinions. They agree and disagree. They forget themselves in these agreements and disagreements. So this is another reason why. See, bewildered by illusion energy which appears to them in the guise of knowledge. Suda Goswami said, Lord Rudra, traveling in the sky on his bull and accompanied by his consort Rudrani as well as his personal associates, observed Markandeya in trance. Goddess Uma, seeing the sage, addressed Lord Girish, My Lord, just see this learned Brahmana, his body, mind, and senses motionless in trance. He is as calm as the waters of the ocean when the wind has ceased and the fish remains still. Therefore, my Lord, since you bestow perfection on the performance of austerity, please award this sage the perfection that is obviously due him. Lord Shiva replied, Surely this saintly Brahmana does not desire any benediction, nor even liberation itself, for he has attained pure devotional service under the inexhaustible personality of God. See, Lord Shiva is very clear about who is God. Here it is mentioned in Sri Bhagavan Vacha. Lord Shiva is Bhaktim Param Bhagavati Labdhavan Purushe Vyaye. He's referring to Param Bhagavati Labdhavan Purushe Vyaye. He's referring to another third person, Supreme Lord. Although Sri Bhagavan Vacha is mentioned for Lord Shiva, sometimes even Narada is mentioned as Bhagavan Rishi. So, because they hold, so Bhagavan means one who has all the six opulences. Now, because the devotee has the Lord in his heart and the Lord has six opulences, the devotee also has the six opulences of the Lord because he has the Lord himself, the owner of the six opulences. He owns the owner of the six opulences. And therefore, sometimes the devotees are also, powerful devotees are mentioned as Bhagavan. Lord Shiva replied, Surely the saint Brahman, he does not need any benediction. Still, my dear Bhavani, let us talk with this saintly personality. After all, association with saintly devotees is man's highest achievement. Let's be very confident of this. What is that? Ayam hi paramo labho niranam sadhu samagamaha. What is that? Paramo labho. Greatest what is that? Achievement is that sadhu samagamaha. Not even said Vaikuntha, not even said this and that. Oh, you have to achieve big things in material life, and you have to become a famous person, this and that, wealthy. Nothing of that. What is paramo labho? Niranam sadhu samagamaha. That's it. Association with saintly devotees is man's highest achievement. Just to be in the association of devotees is the achievement. It is not that we are in the association of devotees to achieve something else. No. We are in the association of devotees to achieve the association of devotees for eternity. Because when you go to Vaikuntha, there are going to be devotees there. Surprise, surprise. Right? There are going to be devotees there. It's not going to be you alone with the Lord. Right? So unless we associate with devotees here, we will not be admitted into Vaikuntha. And there are, of course, other verses which also say the same thing. Kshanardham, what is that? 11 to 30, 325, 25, 420, 25. So many verses are there glorifying the association of devotees. Sadhu Sangha Sarva Shastra Koy, Lavamatra Sadhu Sangha Sarva Siddhi Hoy. Having spoken thus, Lord Shankara, the shelter of pure souls, master of all spiritual sciences, and controller of all embodied living beings, approached the sage. Because Markandeya's material mind had stopped functioning, the sage failed to notice that Lord Shiva and his wife, the controllers of the universe, had personally come to see him. Markandeya was so absorbed in meditation that he was unaware of either himself or the external world. Look at his focus. Just look at his focus. Understanding the situation very well, the powerful Lord Shiva employed his mystic power to enter within the sky of Markandeya's heart, just as the wind passes through an opening. Yogic process. How powerful Lord Shiva. Sri Markandeya saw Lord Shiva suddenly appear within his heart. Lord Shiva's golden hair resembled lightning, and he had 3 eyes, 10 arms, and a tall body that shone like the rising sun. He wore a tiger skin, and he carried a trident, a bow, arrows, a sword, and a shield, along with prayer beads, a damru, drum, a skull, and an axe. Astonished, the sage came out of his trance and thought, "Who is this? And where has he come from?" Opening his eyes, the sage saw Lord Rudra, the spiritual master of the 3 worlds, together with Uma and Rudra's followers. Markandeya then offered his respectful obeisances by bowing his head. Markandeya worshipped Lord Shiva along with Uma and Shiva's associates by offering them words of welcome, sitting places, water for washing their feet, scented drinking water, fragrant oils, flower garlands, and arati lamps. Markandeya said, "O mighty Lord, what can I possibly do for you who are fully satisfied by your own ecstasy? Indeed, by your mercy, you satisfy this entire world." The other day, there was this Vyasa Puja day, right? Prabhupada's appearance. You know, some children made some greeting cards out of paper and said, "Happy birthday, Srila Prabhupada." Now, that is all cute and nice, but honestly, that's not correct. Because how can we wish Prabhupada happy birthday? What is that? As if he's not happy, he needs your wishes to be happy. He taught you how to be happy in life. He gave you the whole formula for happiness and eternal happiness, that too. And how can we wish Prabhupada happy? Oh, I wish you a happy birthday. You mean he already doesn't have a happy birthday and happy life? So we cannot wish a spiritual mother. It's not proper to wish like that. It's avidhi-purvakam. So here you see what Markandeya is saying. Let's read the Sanskrit. Ahatvatmanubhavena Ahatvatmanubhavena Purna kamasya te vibho Karavama kimishana Yenedam nirvritam jagat. What is that? Markandeya said, "O mighty Lord, what can I possibly do for you who are fully satisfied by your own ecstasy? Indeed, by your mercy, you satisfy this entire world." So, they are the givers of happiness. We cannot wish them happy. Anyway, again and again I offer you my obeisances unto you, O all auspicious transcendental personality. As the Lord of goodness, you give pleasure. In contact with the mode of passion, you appear most fearful, and you also associate with the mode of ignorance. Sudha Goswami said, Lord Shiva, the foremost demigod and the shelter of all saintly devotees, was satisfied by Markandeya's praise. Pleased, he smiled and addressed the sage. Sri Bhagavan Vacha. Lord Shiva said, "Please ask me for some benediction, since among all givers of benediction, we 3, Brahma, Vishnu, and I, are the best. Seeing us never goes in vain, because simply by seeing us, a mortal achieves immortality. The inhabitants and ruling demigods of all planets, along with Lord Brahma, the Supreme Lord Hari, and I, glorify, worship, and assist those Brahmanas who are saintly, always peaceful, free of material attachment, compassionate to all living beings, purely devoted to us, devoid of hatred, and endowed with equal vision. These devotees do not differentiate between Lord Vishnu, Lord Brahma, and me, nor do they differentiate between themselves and other living beings. Therefore, because you're this kind of saintly devotee, we worship you. So this verse somebody asked recently, how come Brahma and Vishnu and Shiva devotees they don't differentiate between them? That differentiation means I actually explained the whole thing about it. I think about a 6-minute audio clip I did. So that differentiation means bhinnam, as if they are independently different to three different lords. No, it's one, the Lord, and the rest of them are in accordance with him. So there's only one Lord, and there is no difference of opinion or difference of um, um mission or anything. It's just one, singular. So Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva are in complete agreement with Lord Vishnu, and therefore all their mission is one. Just like Sakshad Haritvena Samasta Shastraya Uktas Tatha Bhavyata Eva Sadbhi Kintu Prabhorya Priya Eva Tasya Govind sorry Vande Guru Shri Charana-ravindam. So even the spiritual master should be considered as good as the Lord. There should be no differentiation in the respect. Why? Because he has the same aim. Krishna says, surrender unto me. The Acharya says, surrender unto Krishna. So there is no difference in both of them. And therefore, they should be given the same thing, same respect. Mere bodies of water do not constitute holy places, nor are lifeless statues of the demigods actual worshipable deities. Because external vision fails to appreciate the higher essence of the holy rivers and the demigods, these purify only after considerable time, but devotees like you purify immediately just by being seen. These verses actually, the very similar verses there, 10, 88, 11. Nahyam mayani tirthani. Um, what is it? 10, 88, 11. 11 or 12 or what? No. Right. Oh, 1084:11. Sorry. Nahyam mayani tirthani nadeva amritchila maya te punantyurukalena darshanadeva sadhavaha. Mere bodies of water are not the real sacred places of pilgrimage, nor are mere images of earth and stone the true worshipable deities. These purify one only after a long time, but saintly sages purify one immediately upon being seen. So, 1084:11. I was thinking 1088:11. 1088:11 is about demigods. Okay, demigod worship. Okay, so by meditating upon the Supreme Soul, performing austerities, engaging in Vedic study, and following regulative principles, the Brahmanas sustain within themselves the three Vedas, which are non-different from Lord Vishnu, Lord Brahma, and me. Therefore, I offer my obeisances unto the Brahmanas. Lord Shiva is saying, Shravanad darshanadvapi mahapātakino pivaha shuddhyerannantyajaschapi kimu sambhashanadibhi. This is also a very important verse to learn. Even the worst sinners and social outcasts are purified just by hearing about or seeing personalities like you. Just hearing about pure devotees. Vedigaya Jahara Charitro. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, Vaiṣṇava Charitra Sarvada Pavitra. The character and activities of Vaishnava are always pure. So just by hearing, we can also get purified. Just by hearing about or seeing personalities like you, even the worst sinners and social outcasts are purified. Imagine then how purified they become by directly speaking with you. Drinking with his ears Lord Shiva's nectarian words, full of the confidential essence of religion, Markandeya Rishi could not be satiated. Markandeya Rishi was not eager to hear himself praised by Lord Shiva, but he appreciated Lord Shiva's deep realization of religious principles and therefore desired to hear more. Markandeya, having been forced by Lord Vishnu's illusory energy to wander about for a long time in the water of dissolution, he had become extremely exhausted. But Lord Shiva's words of nectar vanquished his accumulated suffering. Thus he addressed Lord Shiva. You know, Sri Markandeya Vacha. So Markandeya said, "It is indeed most difficult for embodied souls to understand the pastimes of the universal controllers. For such lords bow down to and offer praise to the very living beings they rule." So, so you are a great Lord, Lord Shiva, but you are offering your obeisances to me. That is, very difficult to understand, this kind of activity. Generally, it is to induce embodied souls to accept religious principles that the authorized teachers of religion exhibit ideal behavior while encouraging and praising the proper behavior of others. And this is why you are praising me and all that. I don't deserve any of that, but it is your duty to teach others. I mean, it is your desire to teach the rest of them that if you glorify, this kind of austerity and all this devotion to the Lord, you will encourage others to follow the same thing, and you yourself follow this always already. You see how he nicely understands the thing. This apparent humility is simply a show of mercy. Such behavior of the Supreme Lord and his personal associates, which the Lord affects by his own bewildering potency, does not spoil his power any more than a magician's power are diminished by his exhibition of tricks. So this is an exhibition of a trick. It's a trickery that Lord Shiva is offering obeisances to Markandeya Rishi, although Lord Shiva is way more superior. And similarly, you know, Krishna also says that I worship the Brahmanas, they are my worshipable deities, aham bhakta-paradhino, I am like, completely under the control of my devotees, which is true, but that is also a trickery of the Lord. On one side, the Lord is actually the Supreme Lord. Nobody can control him. On the other side, he voluntarily becomes controlled by his devotee. It's a trickery. But that does not mean the Lord's position has diminished. Oh, he has become subordinate to devotee. Now devotee has all the control. Now that devotee is the Supreme Lord. No, still not. We don't say that Mother Yashoda is a supreme goddess, although her position is higher than God. You see that. I offer my obeisances to that Supreme Personality of Godhead who has created this entire universe simply by his desire and then entered into it as a supersoul. By making the modes of nature act, he seems to be the direct creator of this world, just as a dreamer seems to be acting within his dream. He is the owner and ultimate controller of the three modes of nature, yet he remains alone and pure without any equal. He is the supreme spiritual master of all, the original personal form of the absolute truth. O all-pervading Lord, since I have received the benediction of seeing you, what other benediction can I ask for? Simply by seeing you, a person fulfills all his desires and can achieve anything imaginable. But I do request one benediction from you, who are full of all perfection and able to shower the fulfillment for all desires. I ask to have unfailing devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead and for his dedicated devotees, especially you. Tatpareshu tathatvai. This was the answer to the other question that, here he clearly refers to Lord Shiva as a devotee of the Lord and not as a Lord. Thus worshipped and glorified by the eloquent statements of the sage Markandeya, Lord Sharva or Shiva, encouraged by his consort, replied to him as follows. O great sage, because you are devoted to Lord Adhokshaja, all your desires will be fulfilled. Until the very end of this creation cycle, you will enjoy pious fame and freedom from old age and death. O Brahmana, may you have perfect knowledge of past, present, and future along with transcendental realization of the Supreme enriched by renunciation. You have the brilliance of an ideal Brahmana, and thus may you achieve the post of the spiritual master of the Puranas. Having thus granted Markandeya Rishi benedictions, Lord Shiva went on his way, continuing to describe to Goddess Devi the accomplishments of the sage and the direct exhibition of the Lord's illusory power that he had experienced. Markandeya Rishi, the best of the descendants of Bhrigu, is glorious because of his achievement of perfection in mystic yoga. Even today, he travels about this world, fully absorbed in unalloyed devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now, where is he? Where is he? We can't see him, right? Again, subtle realms, beyond our vision. So we don't see many things. I have thus narrated to you the activities of the highly intelligent sage Markandeya, especially how he experienced the amazing power of the Supreme Lord's illusory energy. Although this event was unique and unprecedented, some unintelligent persons compare it to the cycle of illusory material existence the Supreme Lord has created for the conditioned souls, an endless cycle that has been continuing since time immemorial. You see, very clearly stated here. एतत् केचित् अविद्वांसो मायासंसृतिरात्मनः अनाद्यावरि आवर्तितं नृणां कादाचित्कं प्रचक्षते. See, purport. Markandeya is being drawn into the Lord's body by his inhalation and expelled again by his exhalation should not be considered a symbolic description of the perennial cycles of material creation and annihilation. This portion of the Srimad Bhagavatam describes a real historical event experienced by a great devotee of the Lord, and those trying to relegate the story to a mere symbolic allegory are here declared to be unintelligent fools. So this is actually applies to all the statements. I mean, of course, unless it is explicitly described as an allegorical story, all the descriptions of the Puranas should be taken as factual. They are factual, uh, real historical events. O best of the Bhrigus, this account concerning Markandeya Rishi conveys the transcendental potency of the Supreme Lord. Anyone who properly narrates it or hears it will never again undergo material existence, which is based on the desire to perform fruitive activities. Thus ends the chapter. So, this is the description for the first two verses of today's song. Hari Bol. Now it is almost 11 o'clock and we go to the next. So, the others I just want to skim through. Just this one I wanted to really go into that story, and also Markandeya's story as well. So, three, I meditate on Bāla Mukunda. What is that? Indīvaraśyāmalakōmalangam indrādi-devārcita pāda-padmam santana kalpa-drumam ashritānaṁ bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasā smarami. I meditate on Bāla Mukunda in my heart, who has a delicate body like a blue lotus and whose foot is worshipped by all the gods and Indra, etc. In not all the gods and Indra, all the demigods headed by Indra. Indrādi-devārcita pāda-padmam. I sometimes don't like the translations in the KK songs. Anyway, he is a wish-fulfilling tree for those who take refuge in him. Lambālakam lambita-hāra-yas śṛṅgāra-līlāṅkita danta-paṅktim bimbādharam cāru-viśāla-netram bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasā smarami. I meditate on that Bāla Mukunda in my heart, who has hanging curls and hanging necklaces, a beautiful row of teeth which are shown playfully. His lower lip is as red as the bimba fruit and has beautiful wide eyes. Shikye nidhaya vipayodadhini bahirgataya vrajanayikayam bhuktvaya theshtam kapatena suptam bālaṁ mukundam manasā smarami. 5. I meditate on that Bāla Mukunda in my heart, who pretended as if he was sleeping, having eaten the yogurt to his contentment from the hanging pots of the gopis when they had gone out. So these are his mischievous activities of, Makhanchor. Next. So this is a spelling mistake here. Kālinda-jānta-sthita kāliyasya. kālinda-jānta-sthita kāliyasya āgra-raṅge natana priyantam tat-puccha-hastam śarad-indu-vaktram bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasā smarami. It's not pruccha-hastam, it is tat-puccha-hastam. Puccha means the tail of the snake. Sometimes puccha means also the feather, which is like the tail of the birds. I meditate on Bāla Mukunda, whose beautiful face resembles the autumnal moon and is dancing happily on the hood of the serpent Kaliya, holding its tail with his hand in the Kalinda pond. So this is the Kaliya Daman pastime. So Makhanchor pastime, Kaliya Daman pastime. Vatapatra pastime, which is not even in this Leela of the earthly Gokul Leela, another time, totally different time. Hmm? And next is Damodar also. You see, next to it is Damodar pastime. So many childhood pastimes are there in this song. ulūkhale-baddham udāra-śauryam uttunga-yugma-arjuna-bhanga-līlaṁ utpulla-padma-yata-cāru-netram bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasā smārāmi. I meditate on Bāla Mukunda with beautiful eyes like the petals of a full bloomed lotus, and who with great valor broke the pair of tall Yamalarjuna trees, even though he was tied to a mortar, a large heavy stone bowl for pounding grain. So, of course, a little bit into this Leela, um, just a little bit. Of course, the Damodarashtaka is there. In the 10th canto, it is mentioned the Nalagovara and Manigriva, the sons of Kuvera, they were dancing in the heavenly, they were enjoying with girls naked in the heavenly pond lake, and they were all drunk. And Narad Muni was passing by, and the girls, they were naked, but they were trying to cover themselves and at least try to hide from the sage. These two brothers, Nalagovara and Manigriva, had no shame. They were just naked there, and still enjoying in front of Narada. So Narada cursed them. Okay, you want to stand naked? Stand naked as trees. Go. But he did not do the same thing to Shukadeva Goswami, who was also naked, because he was transcendently situated. So different. So anyway, got cursed, and then they became the twin Arjuna trees, Yamala Arjuna trees, and then that trees happened to be in a place where in the future Nanda Maharaj's home would be. And they stood for many millions of years there. I don't know how many thousands and millions of years. And then Nanda Maharaj's courtyard, those trees happened to be in his courtyard. And then eventually Krishna manifested his childhood Leela, and then he delivered them. And when he delivered them, just before he delivered them, this is what he thought. The only reason I'm delivering these people, these two brothers who are useless for all practical purposes, is this. Devarshirme priyatamo yadimau dhanadatmajo tattatha sadhayishyami yadgeetam tan mahatmana. Although these two young men are the sons of the very rich Kuvera, and I have nothing to do with them, nothing to do. Okay? Devarshi Narada is my very dear and affectionate devotee, and therefore, because he wanted me to come face to face with them, I must do so for their deliverance. Because of Narada Muni's petitioning, not because of just to be some very great thing they did or something. They're not even qualified. But when Narada Muni promised that I will come, and so I must come. So that's why that is something which we have to learn. We are not qualified to go to Krishna, but because if Prabhupada recommends, then we have to go. So we have to please Prabhupada by any means. We have to do whatever it takes to please Prabhupada. That is our shortcut to Godhead. In fact, there is only cut, only way to Godhead. There's no other. There's no long cut. Also, there's just one way. Then finally, Alokya Matur. Again, the spelling mistake here. Matur mukham ādarena, not mukha madarena. Anyway, Alokya Matur mukham ādarena stanyam pibantam sarasiruhaksham Sacchinmayam devamananta-rūpam bālaṁ mukundaṁ manasā smārāmi. Finally, I meditate on Bāla Mukunda, God-filled, Supreme Lord, not God-filled. I don't like that translation. So I meditate on Bāla Mukunda, Supreme Lord, filled with Sat and Chit. That means eternity and knowledge, that is infinite consciousness of infinite divine form, the lotus-eyed one who cast his looks at his mother's face with affection while drinking milk from her breast. Lord nourishes everything, and actually a very interesting thing. It's a Bala Mukunda, right? It's a baby. But you see here what is mentioned in the second one. Samhritya lokan vatapatra-madhye śayānaṁ ādy-anta-vihīna-rūpam. Ādy-anta-vihīna-rūpam. He has a form which does not have beginning and an end, but he's a baby at the same time. This is the inconceivable nature of the Lord. Śayānaṁ ādy-anta-vihīna-rūpam. but he is a bālaṁ mukundam manasa smarami. Inconceivable. That's why last verse 1831, Kunti Devi is praising Mother Yashoda. Gopya dade tvayi krita gasidam atavad yate dashashruka-līlāṅjana sambhramaksham vaktram nineya bhaya bhavanaya sthitasya samam vimohayati bhirapi yad bibheti. My dear Krishna, Yashoda took up a rope to bind you when you committed an offense, and your perturbed eyes overflooded with tears, which washed the mascara from your eyes, and you were afraid. Though fear personified is afraid of you, this sight is bewildering to me. So, how great Mother Yashoda is, you can just only imagine. Okay, so that's the end of the explanation of the song. There are a lot of comments, of course. Everybody gets excited about when it's moon, Saurav Sahu. Okay, now the comments are absolutely showing very nicely. Good. I want to ask you a very deep question. Okay. If it's not right to ask such question, then please forgive me. Prabhuji, the question is, when you decided to join this mission, what was the reaction of your parents? Mother was favorable, father was not. That was their reaction. Actually, it doesn't matter so much what is their reaction, because I have to be strong in my conviction and my resolve. At that point, none of anything else matters, because I did call my mother and tell her that I'm going to join up. What would you think? Would you get a heart attack? She said no. I was expecting this because some astrologer told that you would go into this when in your youth. I said fine, but don't you feel anything? Don't you feel like sad or something like that? And I made it clear to her that, you see, I'm not calling you to like take your permission because I've already decided. I'm just telling you, I'm just thinking of how to manage your emotions. And mother said, no, I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I'm very happy that you're going into this. In fact, I want all my sons to go into this. All my children to go into this. She was saying like that. But then you take, blessings from your father also, she said. I said, yeah, I will see that. Because I was not confident that he would allow me or he would agree to me doing this. And I didn't want all the drama, so I just did without telling him, I just joined up. And later on, he came to know, he was shocked, but it's fine. It is what it is. One more question. By what power you did not attract to opposite gender on young ages at, we know the sex urge highest on the period from 19 to 30 years old, Hare Krishna. See, I'm not some great, don't think I'm some anywhere close to some Markandeya Rishi or something, please. So, I'm actually not a very strong person, but from with the association of devotees, it helped me. And especially, I must express my gratitude towards His Grace Sundar Gopal Prabhu, because his training for us in my brahmachari life, was just top notch training. Very, very heavy against association with women, family life. It was just so harsh. Harsh means he would just show the Bhagavatam verses and he was just like very forceful with those preachings, and also um, protected us. Um, at that time when we were brahmacharis, there was no chance that any woman would actually come into. There were not actually almost no women in our temple. Now we see so many women, but those days there was no women in the temple. Part of which, of course, is because some of the senior Matis at the time were not very favorable to women and they would drive them away. That was also a factor, but honestly, um, we were just like so many brahmacharis at that time. So many means, I mean, maybe a handful, maybe about 7 or 8 of us. So a lot of brahmacharis at the time. But now many went into grihastha. But I don't see them as something as they became weak or what. I would say this: I am weak. I am not strong enough to manage family life and spiritual life at the same time, and therefore I prefer to be in this brahmachari. And I, of course, I it is not that I can never be, you know, enamored by the, women or something like that. No, and that's the reason why I have to be very very careful. I cannot let pride take over. It is ultimately it is not my effort that I was a brahmachari. It is just the association of devotees. The power of the association of devotees is why it was possible. Um, yeah, by the mercy of the devotees, at least we have, tried to be a little bit serious. This is something which we have to, and also, of course, under the guidance of devotees, we have to be very um, introspective, philosophical, and observe around us how much of a distraction grihastha life is. Not saying I'm not condemning the grihasthas at all because they're doing their services and everything, but honestly, it's a lot of distraction to deal with. It's a lot of distraction to deal with. Um, so just by observing other grihasthas, you know, if we, you know, if we see, it is very very painful. So just by seeing that, there is also a encouragement for me to every time I see a problem with grihastha life in somebody else's life, it's not a problem that they have created. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes the husband and wife don't get along. Sometimes they get along, but they may not have children. They may have children, but the children go wayward, or health complications, you know, or there is no single grihastha family which is like devoid of a problem. If not this problem, then that problem. If not that problem, then another problem. There's just endless problems. So I'm not saying that everybody should not marry. Of course, girls must marry, and many men will marry. Um, but it is a platform of trouble, that's for sure. So I am just praying to all the devotees. So please give me your mercy so that I can also stay like this my whole life. So that's all. It's not that I don't have a formula that how can one be brahmachari. The only formula is association of devotees, I would say, and taking the association seriously. Um, so he's saying regarding that moon thing. So they're accessing moon from earthly plane, and yeah, our earthly vision also. That's why they're not seeing anything there. Yeah, they're not seeing anything. I don't think they've even vastly know anything of the moon at all. It's very bewildering, how much we can actually see, and we think that that is all there is to it because that's what we can see. That's a mistaken presumption we can have. Now here, yeah, this is one of the Prabhupada's quotes. Accepting they reached the moon planet, they might have gone to the part where it is a desert or barren land, because in each and every planet there is such possibility. Now, apparently, the other countries when they sent their spacecraft, they went to the equator around that area, and now this time they went to southern pole. But it looks like the whole thing is a desert. So, which means that they are not seeing whatever is on the moon. It's just not visible to them at all. Manu Prabhu is asking, I do wonder if there is a Sastric way to see the current geography of this earth. When in the Surya Siddhanta, it is very clear. Bhugolam is very clear. It's a spherical planet. But in the Bhagavad cosmology, it is a flat thing, the whole Bhumandal, in fact. So this vision is, there's a nice description of it in an article that I read. Even Sadaputa Prabhu, actually, Prabhupada disciple, Sadaputa Prabhu, he wrote Bhagavad Cosmology, which the book I bought. The cosmology of the universe. I haven't even opened the packet yet. And there's another one. Which I opened the packet, but this is, of course, yeah, a different thing. This is the Forbidden Archaeology, which I used to have before. But now, I gave it to someone long back because I was not so interested in this whole subject and all that. Yeah, whatever fossil fuels and fossils and whatever bones and whatever. I was not too interested because anyway, I'm convinced. I don't have to be convinced through this book. I was thinking, but now I have bought it online, and that's because if I have to speak to these idiots who only believe in modern science, then I can at least cite some of the, evidence or research that they understand. And I can quote, okay, hello, you were saying dinosaurs existed. What about this man footprint there at that time? What about this fossil? Why is it hidden? So there's an agenda. So there's a whole thing. So that book I bought, but this cosmology thing, cosmology of the sacred universe or something like that. This thing. I'm yet to open it. So I wanted to read that, but I saw some videos. There was one devotee from ISKCON who very nicely explained this whole thing and how to reconcile the two, Bhagavat and Siddhantic cosmology and geography of the earth and all these things. So one of the things that are said there is that now we see the earth as a globe, at least from outer space. It definitely looks like a globe. And that's what Surya Siddhanta also says. Um, but as I said, like there have been descriptions in our shastras where people went to the Himalayas and they went to other regions, and similarly they went below the earth and went to the nether regions as well, to the planets below. So how is all that possible? So these are again pathways which we are not aware of how they work. But for those people who are demigods and higher beings, they can travel through these things like nothing. It's for them, they can see everything. It's like broad daylight. Come on, there is a Mount Meru, there is all these mountains and Ketumala and all this, and the 9, 10 mountain ranges that are mentioned in Jambudvipa. Only Himalayan mountain ranges we know, and that too the height doesn't match. And the Ketumala and all these other mountain ranges we can't even see. We can't even see the Mount Sumeru mountain. We can't see. So we can't see many things from here. So for them, they can walk all these as a plane, and that is the Bhumandal, which they can see but we can't see. For us, it appears just like these are planets. So it's how different even the vision is, you see. How different the vision is for them and us. And the other thing that is mentioned there is, although, like we imagine, like what we understand about this, the planetary systems of this universe is that, there is Tala, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatal, Rasatal, Patal, below. And there's Bhumandal, and then there's, like all like placed like discs, like disc, like that, right? all these levels. Actually, it is not like that physically. The planet which is the very, very high, it can be somewhere in the middle as well. But its level is very high, you know. Uh, so it's not exactly that the everything is placed physically on at levels like this, like a disk, 14 disks. Not exactly like that. Even the higher planets, sometimes lower planets, everything is everywhere. But the level, some are heavenly planets, some are hellish planets, some are this, and those things are accessible to that kind of set of living beings who are able to access those regions. Now we are very limited in our thing, and we can only access this earth and Bhugolam, and that's all. So we have zero access to how to go to the nether regions, how to go to the heavenly regions. We have zero access. We're just stuck here in this planet, and whatever we see in the outer space, it just appears barren and waste space. You know. Uh, but whereas Bhagavad Gita says every single planet is congested with life, even the sun is unimaginable for us to even comprehend these things. So, so these different planes, like Bhumandal, is made up of all these different planets, and however, they see it as a plane. At least the higher beings see it as a plane. And then these concentric oceans that are there, we can't see any of that. Where is the sugar water ocean? Where is that? Now we have salt water ocean in this planet. On this planet. But what about those flat land and then sugar water oceans and liquor ocean and all this? Where is that? We can't see any of that. That does not mean it is not existing. We are seeing a total different version of the reality, which is what Surya Siddhanta describes, and therefore it appears consistent with what our modern astronomers are seeing or whatever they are calculating. And their explanation of the eclipse, solar and lunar eclipse, the one given in Surya Siddhanta is exactly as is given by the modern scientists, whereas Bhagavatam says that Rahu is the cause of the eclipse. But then there is a reconciliation. There are some uh, experts who have commented on this. They have given a reconciliation of how the Rahu, when the Earth's shadow is there on the moon, when the moon kind of is covered by the Earth's shadow, and within that comes Rahu. So it can be said that the Earth's shadow is also the cause, Rahu is also the cause. But again, how small Rahu has to be in order to come in both of these, and let's just cover the moon. But like in the Bhagavatam, Rahu is mentioned as bigger than the moon, moon bigger than the earth, and Rahu bigger than the moon. That's how Rahu is described in the Bhagavatam. But again, how it becomes so small in here, so we can't understand. Now, I'll give you a understandable example of such things which can happen. Distance is one thing which distorts the size of anything. Like sun is very big, but we see it as a small thing. Now, another thing that can distort us is when we have a convex lens. When we have a convex lens or mirror, when we see anything through that, the other thing, if it's a lens, the thing on the other side appears small and sometimes even inverted. And concave mirror, when you look at a concave mirror of yourself, your face will appear very big, very big. Um, so such illusions are possible even here. And the size of the universe is explained as 4 billion miles in our Shastras, in our Srimad Bhagavatam. But the modern scientists, they say that it's trillions and gazillions of miles wide. How is that even possible? Well, again, I do not know how it is, how they can see like that, and how our Shastras describe it that way, this way. But of course, we believe our Shastras. But illusions are again possible. Now, if I'm in a room where the walls and the roof and the floor are all mirrors, it will appear like an infinite room. I don't know where am I. I mean, which is me actually, and where is the end of this room? Where is the start of this room? I don't know anything. So it will appear infinite. Every direction is just expanding and expanding and expanding infinitely. So such illusions are possible. A finite space can be made into made to look like an infinite space, and um, we know that the universe is 4 billion miles in diameter. Now, that 4 billion miles is only the space within the shell of the universe. The Brahmanda, the egg of the universe, you know, the space within in which these planets are, that is 4 billion miles. Now, covering that is 10 times the thickness of that space is the earth layer. And then the 10 times thickness of the earth is water layer. 10 times that is, so if you actually calculate all that and then the entire size of the full egg of the universe, the Brahmanda, it comes to 44 quadrillion, 444 trillion, 444 billion miles. I mean, just imagine. I mean, that is the kind of size we're talking about. And only 4 billion miles is that space within. The vast expanse of it is just the coverings. So, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, there's some illusion within that. And we understand from the Shastra that there's half of the universe almost is filled with water of the Garbhodakashaya Vishnu. Where is the Garbhodakashaya Vishnu? I mean, even Brahma could not see him in the beginning. From his tapasya, only after tapasya he could see him. So again, these things are not visible. Where is the Garbha ocean then? Where is that water in the sky? Where is that? So we can't see all these things, right? You can say, oh, water is water after all. It's just it should be water is something which we can see with our eyes. So water should be visible. I mean, if there is the water of the universe, it should be visible somewhere. No, if the Lord wants it not visible, then it won't be visible, even if it's like water. So it's possible. So that's why the moral of the story is we can't be too sure of our senses. We cannot. We have to accept the Shastra descriptions and we have to understand, we have to accept the fact that we are seeing a totally different version of the same thing. We are looking at the same thing in a totally different way because of our limitations of our senses. And therefore, our experience doesn't at all match with the scriptural descriptions of Bhagavatam, whereas it definitely matches with Surya Siddhanta. So, even Surya Siddhanta, many of things won't match, some of the things match. So, again, so we have to understand that, there are many things that we don't understand. In our planet also, when I was passing through the Suez Canal, it was a horrible desert. So if somebody drops in that Arabian desert and concludes that there's no living entity in this planet, well, that's an argument. But now it looks like they went to the southern pole of the moon, and still it was a barren land. And the others went to the northern and central region and to the near the equator of the moon, and still it's a barren land. And the entire thing is a damn barren land. So it doesn't look like anything is interesting there. So I don't think they can see anything there. It is simply foolish. Similarly, these people are maybe going. First of all, I don't believe they have gone, frankly speaking. Even if they have gone, yeah, actually, 1969, going to the moon, absolute rubbish. There was a complete hoax. Man going to the moon and, come on, it's just, okay. If man went to the moon, okay, you have to launch a rocket with so much fuel and then you have to travel like 250,000 miles and then go there. According to them, 250,000 miles, whatever. According to Surya Siddhanta also. Now go there and land there. Okay, fine. Out of your entire rocket, 1/10 or 1/20th of the rocket is remaining when you land the lander itself. How did they take off from the moon and came back to the earth? Where is that rocket? They say they have some rocket. Oh, they have a small rocket, and then with the rocket they came back. It doesn't even match. Absolutely doesn't match. How much fuel it requires? Part of the fuel is required to exit the 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 pull of the planet, like our Earth's gravitational pull. They have to like kind of come out of the atmosphere, the resistance of the atmosphere. All that requires some power. Yes, okay. Moon, according to them, doesn't have atmosphere, so it is much easier to escape the atmosphere of the moon because there's no atmosphere in the first place. So if that is the case, then even then, escaping the atmosphere of that planet is one thing, but there is a vast distance you have to travel, and you have to have propulsion for that. At least according to what modern physics allows us to understand, need to have propulsion. Where is that propulsion coming from? How did they take off from the moon and come back to the earth? And if that was possible in 1969, Today, 2023, Chandrayaan, they put it in the southern pole. Fine. So they say 14 days, the machine will do whatever experiments it will do and collect some samples here and there and do whatever and send signals from radio back to the earth and we can get all, information. Fine. But if they had that technology of launching from moon and coming back to earth, why can't they do an unmanned spacecraft, this Chandrayaan 3, land it there and take off from there and come back to earth and land here or land in the water here, whatever it is. It's so easy in 1969 that humans could go and come back without a problem. Now, without human, it should be even more easier, right? Like you can experiment at least. Maybe it will fail, coming back on the way. Okay, at least we can. No trial even to come back. They just put it there 14 days, send signals, and after that, battery will go, and then after 14 days, it's just debris on the moon. You want me to believe that? That actually, when man went to the moon and came back, absolute rubbish. I mean, 1969 with what kind of computers they had then? I mean, just, that's complete nonsense. But whatever they have done now, is not praiseworthy either. Manu said, I recently watched a documentary which spoke how the current map as we know it is purposely made wrong to make certain countries of interest were made larger and others made smaller. Not exactly. The reason is not that. Because Greenland is shown as this huge, humongous country beside Canada or something. Greenland is some small piece of land which is just as big as only one of the states, or maybe Kerala or Karnataka or something in India. Not even maybe that big. That's how big actually Greenland is, but it looks like humongous, the behemoth of a land. That the reason why it is like that is because there is a name for that kind of a projection of a map. When you have a spherical map and then when you want to project it into a rectangular piece, you need to the what is it called? Proportions become distorted. So either you cut the map and then show it in its real sizes, or if you want to show it as a rectangle map, when it is actually a sphere. Azimuthal projection. That's the word. Azimuthal projection. Go and search out that. I'll just write it in the comments. Azimuthal. I think that is the spelling. Azimuthal projection. So that projection will have to, even Russia looks very big on the map. It's not that big. It's very big, yes, it's bigger than India. India looks super small on the map, but actually India is extremely big. USA is bigger than India, but not very much more bigger than India. But in the map, it looks super big. That's because those countries at the equator will appear very small because of this projection. Because you see, try to understand. The area in the at the Arctic and the top is just very little, and the area on the equator and when the diameter on the equator is so huge. Now, if you want to put everything as equal, whether it is the Arctic region and the equatorial region and the southern region, it's not going to be equal because the ones on the top have to be stretched to make it make equal. If they have to stay in their original sizes, then you can't have the rectangle map. So it's called azimuthal projection. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly, but that's the spelling. Azimuthal, azimuthal projection. So that's the reason why it is like that. Not exactly to purposely make wrong so that certain countries of interest were made larger than others made smaller. Not exactly like that. Some hypotheses I heard years ago that the scale of measurement for Vedic universe and modern universe are different. Someone said, some Prabhuji who are doing research on Vedic cosmology, that actually what modern science is calling as galaxies, they're actually, according to Vedic scale, they're different universes. They mean scientists saw all these galaxies running away from each other. So this Prabhuji said these galaxies are actually different universes, and what they are seeing as expansion of universe actually an effect of Mahavishnu's breathing. have my reservations on that because each universe has this tight covering of Earth. You can't penetrate that. So, to be able to see anything in the other universe, I don't know how that would be possible. Having said that, the Lord can do anything, but I, I'm yet to hear any shastric description of such a thing. See, in one place, I don't know where, it's a lecture or an article or a book, Prabhupada mentions that speculation is allowed within the purview of shastric statements. That is allowed, but not beyond. So, since Surya Siddhanta was written by Aryabhatta. Now, Aryabhatta may not be exactly a shastric scholar or something like that, or he's a mathematician. Yes, he's an astronomer and everything. But was he? How much was he into Vedic culture? I do not know. But at least Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur accepted Surya Siddhanta and he wrote a commentary on it, and he got the title Siddhanta Saraswati because of that. So definitely Surya Siddhanta is an authoritative resource on astronomy, and Srimad Bhagavatam cannot be denounced as not authoritative on the subject because Srimad Bhagavatam is Amalam Puranam. It cannot be wrong. So both are correct and both are so different from each other. So then accepting both as truths, we have to understand that there is some distortion in our perception of reality. So we cannot reject one and the other, and that we have seen in Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Whenever acharyas seemingly disagree, like one acharya gives one opinion and another acharya gives another opinion about the same thing, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur and even other acharyas sometimes they harmonize both those interpretations and come up with a version, not version, um, explain how both of them are possible and can be in harmony. Both seemingly contradictory things can be harmoniously reconciled. So that is a path we should take. Hmm. So it is not, if we say only one is correct, then we're saying the other acharya is wrong, and that is also an offense. So therefore, both acharyas cannot be wrong. Because acharya means acharya, I mean they're not wrong. So how is that possible? Then some realm of speculation which we can speculate. Now may or may not be wrong, but we cannot denounce one or the other. That should be the thing. So, but this thing that different galaxies are actually different universes, and expansion of the universe actually is an effect of Mahavishnu's breathing. No, actually, in our I don't know whether it is shastrically supported, but one thing is said in the Shastra Bhagavatam that when the universes come out of Mahavishnu's body, they come like seeds. They don't come as big as we see it now. They start off as seeds and then they come and become big, 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 colossal sizes. So it expands and the universe does expand. So, so that is there. That is explained in the Bhagavatam also. They come as seeds first. Hiranyagarbha, like golden seeds, then after that, just like any banyan tree, and that is also explained as one verse also like that. Banyan tree, how a big banyan tree comes from a small seed. So that expands into this big, huge banyan tree, and which has potency for millions and millions of seeds again. So this is the way the Lord's creation takes place at all levels. Now we are big, and we came from a small pea-like structure in the first night of conception. We were a small thing, and the sperm, the soul within us was so small, can't even see, single cell. From there we grew into so big. So everything in this material world happens in that same way. It expands and it shrinks and it destroys. So universes also came like that. So there is expansion of universe, and that is accepted in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada said, we may go to the moon, but they have the technology to divert us to a place where there is nothing like a desert, where there is nothing like a desert. Yeah, that's exactly. And they don't even need to divert us per se, consciously. It's just that our lack of sattvic nature will just prevent us from seeing any of that. And if the Lord wills so, we can't see any of that. Um, but without they even having to try to stop us from seeing what they have. They don't even have to try extraneously. It just can happen just like that. You know. There are many so-called articles which state that the moon landings have made some revolution in medicine. Utter crap. It's never possible in this gross body. Yeah. Yeah, this is another thing. Like Ganga, a celestial river, but according to the capacity of physical body and its senses, we are accessing and seeing small part of the Ganga flowing from Gangotri to Bay of Bengal, but we know it is coming from, yeah, it is coming from the heavenly planets and going to the hellish planets. So these are all, it's very difficult for us to comprehend. And it's mentioned in the, I think in the Bhagavatam, that, the Ganga water from the heavenly planets are carried by airplanes and then they are deposited into at the Himalayan, regions, and then from there it is coming from the Gangotri that we see. So how the Ganga is flowing in all the entire universe, we can't even see it. So we have to accept this thing, one thing, that we cannot rely on our senses that, oh, whatever we are seeing is what it is. No, it is not. We are seeing a very, very distorted version of the world, of the universe. A very distorted version. And the Lord wants to keep it like that. She's saying remove the comment of anonymous. That's the thing. I could not see until now. Now I can see everything clearly. When this live stream was interrupted in between, that's when I think this StreamYard, this software people, I think they resetted something. Now it is everything is showing. So I did not know it was not showing. For me, it was not even showing. But there, you're saying that this comment was there. Now it is all very responsive. Anonymous, you find very beautiful quotes. So let's see what Prabhu says on these after reading it. Yeah. So actually, I want to make a full video on this, just on the moon and all that, and Vedic, our cosmology and everything. So I think, but you get an idea of what I'm trying to say. Prabhuji, have heard that this Vatavriksha is in the Purushottam Kshetra where Muni sees Balamukunda on the leaf. Is that true? I don't know whether it's in Jagannath Puri. I don't know. I have not. I think this Leela is explained in other Puranas also, maybe Markandeya Puran, I don't know. But I have only read the Bhagavatam description. But sometimes it so happens that some descriptions of the same Leela are there in other Puranas, and some of those descriptions are not to be found in Bhagavatam. So if there is additional information on this, maybe if there is something like that, maybe. So I have not read any other versions of it. So I don't know anything but what Bhagavatam said. There is a quote which says that the baby form of Krishna only exists in the material world, not the spiritual world. Why is that? Also, it is said that Paramatma isn't present in the spiritual world. Yeah, Paramatma is a feature of the Kshirodakashaya Vishnu, the third Vishnu expansion. So, in the spiritual world, there's no Paramatma. Baby form of Krishna only exists in the material world and not in the spiritual world. Okay, so in spiritual world, he's, I think, in eternal youth. Baby form of Krishna. I am no authority. I cannot see what is going on in the spiritual world. So I can only, if there is a Vedic statement or some acharya saying it, I will believe it, of course. So I have not seen, so I cannot say anything. So, but if I see it, of course, I have to accept it, right? So maybe I don't know. So I won't comment on this. I really don't know. Adi 246. It is stated that Paramatma is in the spiritual world. What is the function of Paramatma in the spiritual world? Prabhupada said that there is no Paramatma in the spiritual world. Well, it's a question which is not actually related to today's class. lives in the hearts of all living beings in both the transcendental and mundane creations. As the Paramatma, he witnesses all actions of the living beings. Well, actually, in the spiritual world, the reason why the Paramatma is not there, in the sense, it is said that Paramatma is not there, because the Lord is personally there with the living entity already. So now, what is Paramatma doing? What is the Lord doing as Paramatma in this world? So he is right beside each and every soul in the heart. But in the spiritual world, first of all, there is no material body, and the Lord is already with each and every soul there. That's good as Paramatma. He does not need to have that function. But here, we do not want to be with the Lord, but the Lord wants to be with us. So, for our vision, we don't see the Lord. But the Lord is with us, sitting in the heart. He will never forego us, although we have forgotten Him. He will not forget us. So he's sitting as Paramatma in the heart. He does not need to. He can see us from a million miles away, a billion, a trillion miles away, but he wants to be with us. So that much is how he loves us. But in the transcendental creation, well, he's already there and lives in the hearts of all living beings, both in the now. Let's understand the heart of the living being in the spiritual world is the living being. There's no difference between a heart and the person who will. Here we have a difference. There's a duality. My heart is a material thing, and the soul is situated in the heart, and it's two different things: the soul and the body. But the heart of the spiritual, the souls in the spiritual world, is nothing but the person. There's no difference between. It's not an organ, that's like it's working there in the spiritual. No, the Lord is there with the living entities. So it can be said that He's there and with everyone, but ultimately, the Paramatma is there in the material world. It's a feature in the material world. Just like Karunadakshaya Vishnu, Garbhodakshaya Vishnu, Kshiradakshaya Vishnu, they are not in the spiritual world, they are in the material world. In the spiritual sky, there is no birth, so where is the question of baby? Well, in the waters of dissolution, just now Markandeya Rishi Leela, there was no birth, but the Lord was there as a baby, um, just doing his own pastimes. Um, I don't know in which I need to see the whole quotation, because like that, if it is just split from somewhere, I don't know the context and what he's saying. Is he talking about like Krishna's baby form, or it's like, and even if there is birth in the material world, the Lord actually doesn't take birth like any of us anyway. And in the waters of dissolution, what is the baby doing? What baby even doing there? Like, where is the parents and what is the baby doing there? There might not have been any birth, but the Lord is just manifesting his form as the baby, Bāla Mukundāṁ. So actually, the Lord can do whatever he likes, basically. Krishna is there eternally as Kishora, 16-year-old youth. His childhood pastimes are exhibited in the material universe. Okay. Best thing if you chant Hare Krishna and go to Krishna Loka and find out the answers to all these questions yourself. Yeah, I think that's the best answer. Best thing is if you chant Hare Krishna and go to Krishna Loka and find out the answers to all these questions yourself. I think somebody was bothering Prabhupada with a lot of questions, this kind of questions. So, what are the positions of Maharaj Nanda and Yashoda if there is no baby Krishna? Well, ask Krishna, Manu Prabhu. So, no, even when he went to Mathura and, Dwaraka and all that, his father and mother were still there in separation. They were relishing his pastimes and all that. So, anyway, all this will be revealed when we go to Krishna Loka. It will be much more clearer for us. Um, so, we don't have to speculate on that too much, because anyway, it doesn't matter. We need to first get out of our anartha nivritti, and whatever is revealed to us, let's take that much and then work with that, and you know uplift ourselves first. I think that's more relevant inquiry than like what is going on in the spiritual world actually. What are they doing? Well, you go and find out, as Prabhupada said. भक्तिविनोद ठाकुर, जड़ विद्या सब मायार विस्तार तुम्हार भजने बाधा. जड़ विद्या सब मायार वैभव तुम्हार भजने बाधा. Is it not? Expansion of mind, obstacles in the path of your devotion. Yeah. Ties to that verse which is in the 12th canto. Just, I mean, what is that? Appears as knowledge. I think all these Chandrayaan and all these materialist signs must not be our topic of interest. We have the highest knowledge. What they don't know, this materialistic knowledge will make us puffed up. See, actually, the reason why I want to comment on this is, it's not because I'm interested in Chandrayaan, or I'm interested in any of that science and technology. But you see, there is an the thing that bothers me is this: the faith in Vedic literature is what will suffer. So, for example, if we have all this understanding, oh, we have gone to the moon and all, we celebrate, oh, this and that. Not we, I mean, materialists celebrate, and some devotees and some ISKCON temples are celebrating. Horrible. Now, if you're congratulating them on that, and if you're feeling proud of that, are you going to believe the Vedic statements that on the moon planet there is a moon god, Somarasa, and the son of the moon god actually became Abhimanyu when he came to during Mahabharata? Are you going to believe those statements? Like if you believe those, and then you have gone to the moon, so called, and then you've seen a barren land there, so your faith or people's faith in Vedic literature will diminish, and they will glorify this useless, absolutely useless achievement as if it's some great leap for India, and oh, India is modern. I was just disgusted with one news piece which happened after that moon landing. One of the anchors of I think Times Now or something channel came out in the news. It's a small snippet. So she called this physicist in America, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a black man. So he's a physicist, and she asked him this question. So, sir, what do you think of India now? Do American people still think that we Indians are a country where elephants and snake charmers are there? Is that what people of your country think our country is about? After this Chandrayaan, what do you think? What do you think about our country like this? She was so desperate for validation from the American scientist. No, we consider you as advanced now. Now that you've gone to the moon or whatever. Like, yeah, we know that you're an advanced, something like that. And that scientist, he was saying, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's an atheist, so that is rascaldom anyway. So anyway, he says, no, we know that in fact many of the tech companies in America, like Google, Microsoft, Twitter, until months ago was Parag Agarwal, and Google Sundar Pichai, and Microsoft Satya Nadella, and many other such companies, tech giants. Their CEOs and leaders are Indians, and Indians, software engineers, they all go to America, and they are the ones who are behind all that software development in America. So we know that a certain section of population, yes, there is that aspect. He was saying there is that aspect of India which is snake charmers and elephants and all of that, but a section of population have taken up knowledge and education and science and technology, and they're now very advanced, like that he was explaining whatever. But why do you have to stoop so low and ask that American so-called atheist, what do you think about India now? You still think about that we are elephants and snake charmers, elephant riders and snake charmers. I mean, that means you also have that kind of low self-esteem, and you are just like dying for some validation from this Western people. Why? By copying what they are doing, we should be showing to the West and everything that hello, this is what Chandra is all about, and how to even arrive at these conclusions, from a Vedic perspective, and convincingly explain these things, and not just to convince anybody of the moon or something like that, but the whole science. And incidentally, if these things come, like Prabhupada, why did he comment so much on the moon landing? Because it is against what the Bhagavad Gita is saying and our Shastra is saying. So he wants to keep the Shastric principle intact, and he wants to show others also to have faith in the Shastra. We can't just be Krishna conscious devotees and also accept that the science and technology is improving and everything is going forward. We cannot be like that. We have to know that the science and technology is a useless waste of time. All these endeavors are useless, and our endeavor as devotees to go to the Goloka Vrindavan planet is way, way more glorious than this moon expedition. And you don't even have to have rockets. It is free of charge. Open your big mouth and chant Hare Krishna, you will go back there. That is the fuel. That is the propulsion. It can be that simple. And wasting millions and billions of dollars on this kind of projects, for what? For what? As somebody rightly pointed out from UK, you have so many poor people, and then you are sending spacecrafts to the moon. Honestly, now they may say, "Oh no, this is also required," and all. Come on, I mean, let's be honest. What did you achieve there? You achieved nothing there. Use that money, at least uplift your own country, right? And uplift means you have to support this Krishna consciousness movement, and automatically all prosperity will be there. So it is wrong in all directions. So we have to show that Krishna consciousness is the only right way. And when these people become so much attracted, and like even devotees who are not strong, they become. I have seen devotees on WhatsApp status, "Congrats, ISRO, by Krishna's mercy." ISKCON temples there, and devotees there. "Oh, by Krishna's mercy, you have reached the moon." Just somewhere other, घुसाड़ देना उधर, Krishna को. Means just fit Krishna into the picture. Make it a little bit Krishna conscious. Like, by Krishna's mercy you have gone to the moon. Oh, congratulations! May Krishna bless you. And what bless you? Huh? Why congratulations? Are you not happy? Are you not convinced about your own goal, that your goal of Vrindavan is actually much higher? You have to condemn this. Bhagavad Gita condemns going to the heavenly planets. Even if you can actually live there and interact with the people there and everything, it still condemns. And you are going there for rocks and stone, and then that's all you're doing, and that should be praised. Why? We should double down on this and show that actually Krishna consciousness is way more important than this nonsense. You have to condemn it. Prabhupada did that. I mean, when life comes from life, for example, they say life comes from chemicals. He attacked these things because it is in stark opposition to the. It is atheism, in fact. These moon expeditions are all atheism, because that's not how things are to be done. And if you now, ISRO chairman, I mean, the leader of the Chandrayaan mission, he says, "I'm a spiritual man, I'm a scientist also." Okay, fine. But are you not having a conflict with that? You should have, if you're a sane person. You should have a conflict. Because if I am religious and I'm chanting all these mantras, and sometimes Chandramo manaso jatah chakshoh suryo ajayata mukhādindras-chagnischa pranad vayurajayata. In Purusha Sukta, we chant these things. So the moon affects the mind. Now, where is that understood? If you go to a barren land and land there, some spacecraft, and how do you understand that the moon actually affects the mind of people here on Earth? You have no idea of that. So, are you not exploring those things? Or have you just relegated that to some rituals and some faith in God and science are two separate things? Why it is separate? It is all one. Everything is tied to Krishna, and we have to, as Krishna consciousness movement, we have to project that. We have to propagate that. That Sutre Maniganaiva, what is that? 7-7. I am the underlying sustenance of all creation. So everything is related to Krishna. Matta Paratarana Kinchidasthanaja, my sarvam idam protam sutre maniganaiva. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. So everything is connected with that thread of Krishna. So if we treat them as something separate, or religion, like ISRO, I think the chairman, he said, I go to religion for inner exploration, and I go to science for external exploration. And people love this. Oh, wow, what a sanskari scientist, what a traditional religious scientist. This is the ultimate combination. Only India can do this. Vareva. All that. My point is, why don't you have a conflict with that? Why do you see the religion as something different from science? What is inner explanation, outer explanation? The religion is also talking about outer thing, and that is not matching with whatever your Chandrayaan mission is finding. Now, why are you not questioning? Why is our Vedas saying like this? Consult somebody at least. No. So it's a very, they're treating religion and science in silos as if completely unrelated. And we have to show the unifying factor, which is Krishna, and why this is wrong. And even if they did go there or whatever, you're not going to get anything. And it's a colossal waste of time and it's a complete failure because successful accomplishment of an unworthy goal is failure. So, yeah, they successfully maybe did something, but it's an unworthy goal, so it's a failure. So, and then ultimate goal is actually to reach Krishna, and we have to be vocal about it. We should not shy away from such an argument. And the reason for this is only to present Krishna consciousness. And I will show you something. It's an interesting question you have actually brought up. Let's actually, I hope I can just find that. 1072 4, is it? In this chapter, right, Yudhishthir Maharaj does Rajasuya Yajna. You see, this is what Yudhishthir Maharaj says. Yudhishthir Maharaj said, why does Yudhishthir Maharaj have to do something material, which is a Rajasuya Yajna? Okay, now let's see this. One day, as King Yudhishthir sat in the royal assembly surrounded by eminent sages, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, and also by his brothers, spiritual masters, family elders, blood relations, in laws, and friends, he addressed Lord Krishna, and as everyone listened, Sri Yudhishthir Uvacha. Sri Yudhishthir said, O Govinda, I desire to worship your auspicious opulent expansions by the Rajasuya sacrifice, the king of Vedic ceremonies. Please make our endeavor a success, my lord. Srila Sridhar Swami states that the word Vibhuti refers to Lord Krishna's expansion, and Vaiṣṇava Chakravarti Ṭhākura further explains that here the word Vibhuti refers to Lord Krishna's opulent expansions within this world, such as the demigods and the other empowered beings. You see, Srila Prabhupada treats this verse as follows in Krishna, the Supreme Personality of God, in his Krishna book. My dear Lord Krishna, the sacrifice known as Rajasuya Yajna is to be performed by the emperor and it is considered to be the king of all sacrifices. But by performing the sacrifice, I wish to satisfy all the demigods who are your empowered representatives within this material world, and I wish that you will kindly help me in this great adventure so that it may be successfully executed. As far as the Pandavas are concerned, we have nothing to ask from the demigods. We are personally satisfied by being your devotees. As you say in the Bhagavad Gita, persons who are bewildered by material desires worship the demigods, but our purpose is different. I want to perform this Rajasuya sacrifice and invite the demigods to show them that they have no power independent of you. They are all your servants, and you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Foolish persons with a poor fund of knowledge consider your lordship an ordinary human being. Sometimes they try to find fault in you, and sometimes they defame you. Therefore, I wish to perform the Rajasuya Yajna. I wish to invite all the demigods, beginning from Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and other exalted chiefs of the heavenly planets, and in that great assembly of the demigods from all parts of the universe, I want to substantiate that you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead and that everyone is your servant. And this is exactly our thing, why we sometimes seemingly indulge in material topics. We don't want to indulge in them. We want to go there and actually prove that our Krishna consciousness is the actual way. And you see the next verse, it continues. Purified persons who constantly serve, meditate upon, and glorify your shoes, which destroy everything inauspicious, and are sure to obtain freedom from material existence, O Lotus Navel One. Even if they desire something in this world, they obtain it, whereas others who do not take shelter of you are never satisfied, O Lord. Now, okay, therefore, O Lord of Lords, let the people of this world see the power of devotional service rendered to your lotus feet. Please show them, O Almighty One, the position of those Kurus and Śṛṅgāras who worship you and the position of those who do not. Look at that. That is what we want to show. Here we clearly see the heart of a preacher. The great devotee Yudhishthira Maharaj implores Lord Krishna to demonstrate plainly the result of worshipping him and the result of not worshipping him. If the people of the world could understand this, they could begin to recognize that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So in our endeavor in attacking this Chandrayaan mission, it is to show that the real mission should be to Golokayan. Now why Chandrayan? Go to Goloka. And here we have Golokera Premadhana Harinama Sankirtana. From Goloka, the rope has been let down. What is that? The Harinam Sankirtan. Catch hold of that rope and go all the way back to Golok Vrindavan. And that is the propulsion, that is the rocket you have to fly. The Sankirtan Yajna is the actual interplanetary travel to the highest planet of the world, and how comparatively to the Golok Vrindavan, moon is a useless planet, honestly, and it's not worth going to, even if you can actually interact with the people there on the moon planet, it's still not worth going there. Having said that, all respects to the moon god and the Chandradev and everybody who are great demigods in the universal management. We're not decrying that. But we're saying that Abrahma Bhuvanal Loka Punaravartanojana. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Brahmaloka is also full of misery. Misery means, birth and death is there. So, why? So, we should not covet any material planets. We have to go to the spiritual planet. We should not be attracted by any of this. And it is useless anyway. It's not solving any problem. It's only causing a problem, which is that people will lose faith in our Vedic scriptures by being overly, this thing. So, we have to attack that, and we have to bring back the faith in the Vedas. By sometimes people criticize us. Oh, you say we cannot, moon is farther than the sun, and you say no, moon we cannot reach, and what is happening now? India is one, so your Hare Krishna is bogus, this and that. So we have to defend that as well. So, and that's why, to bring the focus back to Krishna, we have to attack that and then bring them back here. And that's the reason we have to kind of address these sometimes. It is definitely not our topic of interest. It is just like Rajasuya was not the interest of Maharaj Yudhishthira. His interest was to preach. His interest was to bring everybody and show that Krishna worship is the highest. We also want to show that traveling to Golok Vrindavan is the highest expedition that you have to undertake, and not this moon and sun and all these things. So, I don't know what is all that. Coming from some seeds, they have means modern science have an explanation of Big Bang. Yeah, but the Big Bang is what? It's from the Lord actually. That they miss. Yes, because they can't understand the causing of Big Bang is Vishnu. Yes. Like NASA sent some rover to Mars. They're also barren desert, nothing there. They're sending UHD 4K images from there. Same like their moon mission on Mars. Also, they're not finding anything, only desert. Yeah, they will find only desert. Krishna will make sure they become frustrated in their attempts. I saw a video recently that ISRO chairman praising Prabhupada, but himself don't know anything about Prabhupada or following his ideologies. Just Srila Prabhupada famous all over the world. So praising Srila Prabhupada. Want to get some limelight. Yeah, if they're really, inquisitive, if they're really scientists, and if they're religious at the same time, so why are you not questioning any of the Vedic statements now, and trying to actually understand what is happening? So we think this is what is happening, that we are seeing two versions of reality: what is Bhagavatam cosmology, what is Siddhantic cosmology, and modern cosmology, and everybody is seeing differently. And it is very much possible that all these perceptions are correct. Correct in the sense the way we perceive it. Of course, when we perceive something, yeah, that is how we perceive it. So, but reality can be very different, and we can see a very distorted version of that. And as we can see, with all that thing, nothing much is achieved in that whole exercise. So, as I again repeatedly say it, like a broken record, successful achievement of an unworthy goal is failure. And that's what it is. Chandrayaan is a failure. When part 2 is coming of that moon mission, second, please make a video, a super topic. I don't know part 2. I think part 1 is what Ramayana Prabhu did. Actually, after that, because he was, moon is father than the sun and all of that. So after that, I had a very brief conversation with him about Siddhantic cosmology, which is Surya Siddhanta, where it is, the distance is like what modern science describes. We haven't taken the conversation much further, but on my own, I mean, I wanted to actually make a video on this whole thing, specifically on this topic, and hopefully I can do it not very soon, but a little bit of time. Yeah, it's a bit frustrating because I have still some backlogs of things going on, but much of the backlog is finished. Still, I have some things that I need to finish in the temple management here. So I'm working simultaneously on these things. So there may be some delay in the beginning, at least until the end of the year. There will be a little bit slow in the in the speed at which I may churn out videos, because other things are still there. But I'll certainly bring out videos for sure. Um, but after that, I want to be much more faster from next year onwards. But even in this year, I want to bring out some videos. So please, bless me so that I can do that. Moon is closer, else we won't be able to predict solar eclipse coming on October 14th in US. So again, so this is again how we see it. I'm not denying that. At the same time, and because Surya Siddhanta also says like that, but also from Bhagavad cosmology, it is far also at the same time. So this is something which is Vivekananda smashing. Yeah. Here in Bengal, many people are going against us. Oh yeah, we want to go. We want more people to go against us. What about telescope view of the moon? Array, same thing again. We are blind, and we create instruments. What else can we find? We are blind. So you will find the same thing as you're going to find from here. So you will not find much. So these are okay. Forget about the moon. What about ghosts who are on this planet? There are definitely ghosts. What about them? Why can't we see them? And Atma is there in the heart. Where is that? I mean, why can't we see the Atma? Why can't we see the Paramatma, which is 8 inches in height? It is said 8 inches. We can't see it. Heart surgeon opens our heart and he sees nothing like the Paramatma there. So we can't see many things. We can't see our mind. We know we have a mind. We know we have intelligence, but we can't see it. So anyway, so we have to acknowledge the fact that we are in a colossal illusion, and therefore we cannot see things as they are, and we'll be bewildered. Sometimes we will. Yes, dimensions are different. Exactly. So all this comes into play. So anyway, I'd like to stop here. Extremely late already. So thank you all very much for putting up with me. Bāla Mukundāṣṭakam ki jai. You see, just by from a young boy, Bāla Mukunda, we spoke about astronomy, and like universe and cosmology, and I mean, see, this is the thing about Krishna. Everything is connected. So, all right, Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Bilvamaṅgala Thakur ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Tai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol, Hare Krishna.